right, good evening. I'd like to welcome you all to this public hearing of the New York City Rent Guidelines Board, and thank you all for attending. This is the second of 4 public hearings to consider comments concerning proposed rent adjustments for leases for apartments, lofts, hotels, and other housing units subject to the Rent Stabilization Law of 1969 and the Emergency Tenant Protection Act of 1974. These adjustments will affect leases commencing between October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027. I will now take roll call. Please respond if present. Arpit Gupta.
Present.
Brandon Mancia.
Present.
Lauren Melodia.
Present.
Sagar Sharma.
Present.
Sina Sinai.
Present.
Christina Smith. Adon Soltran.
Present.
Maxim Nguyen.
Present.
And Chantella Mitchell. I'm present. Let the record show that we have a quorum. The next 2 meetings of this board will be public hearings to comment on the proposed guidelines on the following dates and times. June 11th at the Theater at City Tech, New York City College of Technology, 285 J Street in Brooklyn from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., and June 16th at Symphony Space, 2537 Broadway at 95th Street in Manhattan from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. Anyone who wants to comment on the proposed guidelines at a public hearing must sign up to speak. People wishing to speak at the public hearings can pre-register either in advance, either through our website, nyc.gov/RGB, or by calling 212-669-7480 from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Pre-registration ends at noon on the business day prior to each hearing. For those who do not pre-register for the hearings, registration is also available at public hearings from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. on June 16th and from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. on June 11th. All of our public hearings will be live streamed and Spanish interpretation will be provided at each hearing. We also accept comments on the proposed guidelines outside of our public hearings. You can submit written, audio, and video comments for the board to review through June 16th. Instructions on how to submit these comments will be available on the board's website or by email at ask@rgb.nyc.gov or by calling the RGB. Our final vote on the guidelines will take place on Thursday, June 25th, starting at 7 p.m. at El Museo del Barrio, 1230 Fifth Avenue at 104th Street in Manhattan. Doors open at 6 p.m. The public may attend in person or may watch the vote live by streaming it on the RGB's YouTube channel. To find out how, visit the RGB website, call the RGB at 212-669-7480 between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Before we proceed, I would like to go over the rules and procedures for those who are testifying before the board. If you wish to speak, you must confirm with RGB staff at the registration table located near the entrance of the hall. Speakers will not be called if they have not checked in at the registration table. There are Spanish interpreters here today. When registering to speak, please notify the staff if you would like an interpreter. I will try to call several names in advance to let you know that you will soon be called on to speak. If you have materials to distribute to the board, please give them to the RGB staff sitting at the sign-in table near the entrance. I will attempt to alternate speakers between tenants and owners. However, this may not always be possible. Board members may need to briefly step away from the table during the hearing to use the restroom or take an urgent phone call. We will keep the meeting moving given the time constraints because we are eager to hear from all of you. In order to accommodate as many speakers as possible, each speaker will have 2 minutes to give their testimony. An additional 2 minutes of speaking time will be given to those speakers who are using interpretation services. To help speakers keep track of their time, we do have a clock here. We will start the clock when you begin speaking. The clock will beep once when the speaker has 30 seconds left and will continue beeping when the allotted 2 minutes are up. If you are still speaking by the end of the 2 minutes, I will ask you to quickly wrap up your testimony. We expect many speakers, and the board wants to hear from as many of you as possible in the limited time we have for this hearing. We understand that it may be difficult to say everything that you want us to hear in just 2 minutes, but please understand that it is our responsibility to try to make sure that everyone who has taken the time to come here and testify will have a fair opportunity to be heard. Thank you for your cooperation, and the board is looking forward to hearing your comments regarding the proposed rent guideline adjustments, and I will now turn it over for translation.
Muy buenas tardes. Me gustaría darles la bienvenida a esta audiencia pública de la Junta de Normas de Alquiler de Nueva York. Esta es la segunda de las 4 audiencias públicas que tomarán en consideración sus comentarios sobre los ajustes de alquiler propuestos para la renovación de contratos de alquiler de apartamentos, lofts o altillos, hoteles y otras unidades de vivienda sujetos a la Ley de Estabilización de Alquileres de 1969 y la Ley de Urgencia de Protección de Inquilinos de 1974. Estos ajustes afectarán la renovación de contratos de alquiler a partir del 1 de octubre de 2026 hasta el 30 de septiembre de 2027. Ahora pasaré lista. Por favor, responda si está presente. Arpit Gupta, presente. Brandon Mancilla, presente. Lauren Melodia, presente. Sagar Sharma, presente. Sina Sinai, presente. Christina Smith, presente. Adan Soltran, presente. Maxim Nguyen, presente. Y Shantella Mitchell, presente. Que conste en actas que hemos logrado un quórum para este evento. Las 2 próximas reuniones de esta Junta serán audiencias públicas para comentar sobre las normas propuestas y se celebrarán en las fechas y horas siguientes. El jueves 11 de junio en el City Tech Center Theater del New York City College of Technology, ubicado en el 285 de la calle J en Brooklyn, de 7 a 10. El martes 16 de junio en el Symphony Space, ubicado en el 2537 de Broadway, calle 95 en Manhattan, de 5 a 8 de la noche. Todo aquel que desee comentar sobre las normas propuestas en una audiencia pública debe inscribirse para poder declarar. Los que deseen declarar en las audiencias públicas pueden preinscribirse con antelación. Pueden preinscribirse en línea a través de nuestra página web nyc.gov/RGB o al llamar al 212-669-7480 de 9 a 5 de la tarde de lunes a viernes. Esta preinscripción finalizará al mediodía del día laborable anterior a cada audiencia. Quienes no se preinscriban para las audiencias aún podrán inscribirse en las audiencias públicas de 5 a 8 de la noche el 16 de junio y de 7 a 10 del mediodía el 11 de junio. Todas las audiencias públicas se transmitirán en directo por Internet y habrá interpretación al español en cada audiencia. También recibiremos comentarios sobre las normas propuestas fuera de nuestras audiencias públicas. Usted puede presentar comentarios por escrito, por audio o video a la Junta hasta el 16 de junio. Las instrucciones para presentar estos comentarios estarán disponibles en el sitio web de la Junta, nuevamente en nyc.gov/RGB y por correo electrónico a ask@rgb.nyc.gov o al llamar a la Junta RGB al 212-669-7480. Nuestra votación final sobre las normas se llevará a cabo el jueves 25 de junio a partir de las 7 de la noche en el Museo del Barrio en el 1230 de la Quinta Avenida en la calle 104 de Manhattan. Las puertas se abrirán a las 6 de la tarde. Si no puede asistir en persona, se podrá seguir la votación a través de la transmisión en directo en el canal de YouTube de la RGB. Para informarse de cómo hacerlo, visite la página web de la RGB, nyc.gov/RGB, o por favor llame al RGB al 212-669-7480 entre las 9 de la mañana y las 5 de la tarde. Antes de continuar con los testimonios, me gustaría repasar las normas y procedimientos para quienes declaren ante la Junta. Si usted desea declarar, deberá confirmar su presencia con el personal de la RGB en la mesa de inscripción situada cerca de la entrada de este salón. No se llamarán a aquellos que no se hayan inscrito con el personal de la mesa de inscripción. Habrá intérpretes de español. Cuando se inscriba para declarar, notifíquele al personal si desea intérprete. Intentaré anunciar varios nombres con antelación para que sepa que pronto se le llamará para declarar. Si tiene material que desea distribuirle a la Junta, debe entregárselo al personal de la RGB que se encuentra en la mesa de inscripción cerca de la entrada. Intentaré alternar entre inquilinos y propietarios para que ambos puedan declarar, pero esto no siempre será posible. Los miembros de la Junta podrían necesitar ausentarse brevemente de la mesa durante la audiencia para utilizar el baño o atender a una llamada telefónica urgente. Dadas las limitaciones de tiempo, mantendremos la audiencia en marcha y estamos deseosos de escuchar a todos los presentes. Para darle cabida al mayor número posible de declarantes, cada uno dispondrá de 2 minutos para declarar. Se concederán 2 minutos adicionales a los declarantes que utilicen servicios de interpretación. Para ayudar a los declarantes a controlar su tiempo, dispondremos de un temporizador que verán en tarima. Lo pondremos en marcha una vez que el declarante empiece a dar su testimonio. El temporizador sonará una vez que a los declarantes les queden 30 segundos y este seguirá sonando cuando se hayan agotado los 2 minutos asignados. Si los declarantes siguen hablando después de los 2 minutos, les pediremos que concluyan rápidamente su declaración. Esperamos que haya muchos declarantes entre ustedes y la Junta desea escuchar el mayor número posible en el tiempo limitado del que disponemos para esta audiencia. Entendemos que puede ser difícil decir todo lo que quiera que oigamos en apenas 2 minutos, pero por favor entienda que es nuestra responsabilidad asegurarnos de que todos los que se hayan tomado el tiempo de venir acá y declarar tengan la oportunidad de que se les escuche. Gracias por su colaboración. La Junta desea verdaderamente escuchar sus comentarios sobre las normas propuestas para el ajuste de los alquileres. Gracias nuevamente.
Thank you. All right, we will now get started with the testimony. When you hear your name, please make your way towards the microphone. Apologies in advance if I mispronounce any names. I'll be listening for the correct pronunciation when you come up.
Vamos a llamar sus nombres ahora. Cuando escuchen su nombre, por favor, pase los micrófonos y les pido disculpas si no pronuncio correctamente su nombre.
Thank you. So first, we will hear from Bronx Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson. And if Teresa Thompson and Aaron M. Holness could make their way over to the microphones, you'll be after the Borough President. While we wait for Borough President Gibson to come on in, we'll come to Teresa and then Aaron.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Teresa Thompson. I am a working mother. My family rents an apartment in Brooklyn where we are part of the Homewood Gardens Tenant Association. On behalf of my family and neighbors, I urge the board to please approve a rent freeze on both 1- and 2-year leases. My grandparents first moved to Staten Island in 1945. My wife's great-grandparents all first moved to the Bronx in the 1890s. They all moved here from harsh conditions in search of a better life. I gave birth to our son in a public hospital here in New York City, and we want to also give him a good life as part of the next generation of New Yorkers in our family. But with the current housing affordability crisis, we are not sure that that's going to be possible. We can barely afford our current rent in a building that is very poorly maintained, considering how much rent is charged, by the way. And without a rent freeze, we may be forced to leave the city, the only home my son and my wife have ever known. We are grateful for the protection and the welcome we experience in New York City as an LGBTQ family, considering the political climate in other parts of our country, but we won't be able to benefit from that protection and welcome anymore if we can't afford a place to live. I realize the housing affordability crisis is complex, and many people are negatively impacted, including some owners and some landlords. But as a Christian, I would like to remind any members of the board who are of the Christian faith or another faith where we are required to tend to the needs of the most vulnerable. I would like to remind you that the most vulnerable parties in the housing affordability crisis are not the landlords, they are the tenants. So once again, I ask you to please have mercy and help us by approving a rent freeze. Thank you for your service. May God bless you.
Aaron?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here as a landlord, a small property owner who is watching the math stop working. The numbers are not abstract. Your own Rent Guidelines Board confirms that operating costs for rent-stabilized buildings rose 5.3%, insurance costs jumped 10.5%, taxes rose 2.6%. And the New York City Department of Environmental Protection is proposing a 6% water rate increase on top of that. If rents are capped at 0 to 4%, someone has to absorb the difference. And that someone is the building owners and the building. Additionally, energy prices are skyrocketing and the interest rates are creeping up, which makes it harder to maintain buildings. And these are not theoretical pressures. These are forcing real decisions about deferred repairs and about whether to keep going at all. And as we've seen from what happens to the landlord, if the landlords can't keep going, those of us who remember the Bronx in the 1970s will have abandoned buildings, arson, neighborhoods hollowed out for a generation, and that was the last time that the city pushed cost onto owners with no relief in sight. A rent freeze sounds protective, but if buildings can't fund maintenance, tenants live with broken elevators, failing boilers, and water damage, the freeze becomes the problem it was meant to solve. So I urge you to have a reasonable increase, not a rent freeze. Thank you.
Is Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson back? Okay, we will go to Andrea Ngolu, Leoncio Reyes, and Reverend Dr. James Fairbanks, in that order. So we'll have Andrea first.
Good evening. My name is Andrea. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment in Prospect Lefferts Garden. I'm also a member of the Homewood Gardens Tenant Association. I'm here because what tenants in my building and neighborhood are living through is not sustainable, not safe, and not dignified. Even though my unit is rent-stabilized, it's being illegally rented out as single-room occupancy. At the same time, our building has black mold, water leaks, and frequent loss of hot water. These are health hazards, not minor issues, and my experience is not unique. In our tenant association, about half of our members are dealing with rat infestations, collapsing ceilings, and long-term structural neglect. These are people who have lived in the community for 20, 30, even 40 years. Elders, working families, neighbors who built the culture and stability of Prospect Lefferts Gardens. Meanwhile, the neighborhood fills with new buildings that none of us can afford, while the homes we've lived in for decades are allowed to fall apart. What was once a community full of trees, dignity, and long-standing neighbors is being hollowed out by landlords who profit from instability and neglect. The illegal single-room leasing in my unit is part of that pattern. It shows how some landlords are already extracting more than the legal rent, while failing to provide even basic living conditions. Tenants are being asked to pay more for less safety, less stability, and less respect. We are asking for basic habitability and the ability to stay in the communities we've built. I urge the board to vote in favor of the rent freeze. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim, Reverend Dr. James Fairbanks, and I thank you for your work and hope that you are friendly to our demand for a justice-oriented rent freeze. I have been an organizer in the South Bronx since 1970. In the early 70s, a group of tenant leaders, we went to Albany to fight for a legislation called a warranty of habitability. Does anyone remember that? The warranty of habitability. Thank you. It was simple. Tenants paid rent and landlords provided services. So while I like the idea of the rent freeze, find that necessary, what I have trouble with is another freeze, the freeze of landlord services. The freeze of landlord services. the freeze of landlord services. So my wife told me to bring a bag to the meeting. I don't have written testimony to leave, but she told me to bring this bag and have the board fill it up with money for all of the rent increases we have paid for while we receive a freeze on rent services. So I hope the bag is big enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And is Leoncio Reyes here?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just entrepreneur landlord, just beginning being a landlord. I just want to let everybody know that I'm trying to make the American dreams and, coming to New York, to America, and work hard and try to, get a property and see how, we can grow up as an individual and as a business. But after hard work and saving all the money that I had, I put them into a property. It's a 10 small unit building, has a lot of problems. I'm a handyman. I say, I can do it because I've done it all over the place. But the reality is that it's not what I thought. It's a different world. And I don't want to quit as a landlord, to be honest, because I'm a guy who likes to continue working. And I agree that that's okay to be, to rent, freeze the rent. That's fine. But what am I going to do with the city? I need help from the city. Look, the increased insurance. The garbage man gave me I don't know how many tickets for, some nonsense stuff. The heat is coming, it's going up crazy. The insurance, oh my goodness, the insurance industry is crazy. Nobody can control that industry. They just go and say, you know what, you're paying too little, now you're gonna pay more. For no reason. So how am I gonna continue maintaining the building? Yes, I'm agree the rent should be freezed, but please, can you tell the city, give the landlord a break? The taxes is really high. I'm gonna have to give out the building. The bank is gonna take it out from me. And I'm just starting. That's all I can say. And thank you for listening to my, frustration.
Thank you. I'll now welcome New York City Council Member Althea Stevens and New York City Council Member Purina Sanchez. Thank you. Are the council members here? Okay, perfect. I think I see them. They're here.
I'm here. All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, representing District 16 in the Bronx. That's right. Today, I stand before you, the board, to highlight the severity of the housing crisis and the urgent need for solutions keeping New Yorkers in their homes. Every day, constituents come to my office seeking help for food insecurity, evictions unresolved, unresolved building repairs, rising rents. Those are not isolated issues. They are all connected to this housing crisis in this city. The reality is New Yorkers are struggling to keep up with the rising costs of groceries, healthcare, childcare, transportation, and other necessities. In the Bronx, where the median income household is below $50,000, many families are already facing housing cost burdens. This is why we should come to no surprise when I say the rent is too damn high. Our city has been in a housing crisis for years, driven by lack of housing supplies and slow housing production. This is the leading cause for New Yorkers, particularly Black New Yorkers, for leaving New York City and are leaving New York City. At the same time, we must also acknowledge that many small landlords are facing real financial pressures, just like this guy who's standing here. We must come up with solutions that are about stabilizing tenants and stabilizing families. We don't want responsible homeowners, small homeowners, and small building owners to go under wraps. So as a city, we must come up with a real plan to keep them able to put in the repairs that are necessary so my constituents are not living in slum. Too often, the responsibility of addressing shortages in the same communities, concentrated development is a handful of neighborhoods place a strain on local infrastructure and resources that allows the avoiding citywide building and solutions. As you deliberate for the rent adjustments, I urge you to consider the realities facing families to ensure that decisions are kept New Yorkers housed, stabilized, and a reminder that our communities, that these are our homes. So thank you, and thank you everyone for being here and showing up and supporting and letting them know that the Bronx, we stand together, we stand united, and we stand, and when we win, when we fight, that's right.
Thank you, Councilmember Stevens. Councilmember Sanchez?
Good afternoon. Everything plus one to everything my neighbor down to the south, Councilmember Althea Stevens said. Members of the Rent Guideline Boards, thank you for having this hearing today. I'm Councilmember Pierina Sanchez, Chair of the City Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. I'm here today to urge this board to center the stability of tenants and reject rent increases that would deepen an already devastating affordability crisis. I want to speak directly to one of the arguments we hear every year, that rent increases are necessary because rent-stabilized landlords are in financial distress. We have to be honest, nuanced about the data. Most rent-stabilized buildings are not in financial distress. What we are also seeing is the consequences of years of over-leveraging, especially what happened in the years leading up to the Great Recession and before the 2019 rent reforms. Owners who gambled, took on excessive debt, betting they could cash out by pushing tenants out and deregulating apartments. Tenants should not be forced to pay for that failed gamble. The same tenants whose home stability and communities were treated as investment opportunities deserve our advocacy, they deserve protection, they deserve to stay in their homes. At the same time, I do want to complicate the narrative. There are those that need help. Some owners do need tools that make real repairs and preserve affordable housing, and that is why I have been at the forefront on the council pushing for smarter preservation policy, including reforms to how we use tools like Article 11. Who gets them? Tens of millions of dollars in tax exemptions spent by the city of New York every year. Where are those dollars going, and what scopes of work are being implemented to keep tenants safe? J51 is going to be reauthorized, God willing, by the end of this year for 10 years to also fund fundamental repairs. I wish that this board could consider different treatment, treatment of tenant income. I wish the board would entertain more nuanced conversation about pre-1974 rent-stabilized buildings versus newer buildings with tax exemptions and higher rents. I wish we could talk separately about small owner-occupied rent-stabilized buildings. Those would be productive conversations. But in the absence of that nuance, we must be clear about the choice before us today. So today I ask the RGB to recognize the severity of this crisis for tenants, reject the argument that tenants should bear the burden of speculative decisions of the past, and vote to protect rent-stabilized tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sanchez. Next, I'll call up Thiago Branco, Val Kirk, and Andre Easton in that order.
Good afternoon, everyone. What I want to say is that I noticed that all of you are sitting over there, and I don't know what kind of a conscience that you have as far as getting things done and making things come together and getting it done. But if you have any kind of what they call a Christian conscience or any sign of decency for humanity in your heart, you're going to take this seriously. Because people are, time and time again, I have gray hair. I see people, they look like they're listening, but they're not. You got to get your grocery list out of your head. really listen to these people. I live in a co-op. I'm an owner. My daughter can't afford to move out. Okay? And when things happen like this, the landlord is asking for help, and the tenants are asking for help as far as freezing the rent. But after you freeze the rent, are you going to take care of what's going to happen? The rent can't freeze for everyone forever. So take time to think about this seriously, and don't trifle with our lives. I'm born and raised in the Bronx, okay? And this is really serious, and I just wanted to stand here and tell you, please take this seriously, because if you go home in the comfort of your own home, some of these people are going home to mold, rats, doors that won't lock properly, and hallways that are being unmaintained, and feces all over the ground. I used to work at Hostos High School, and I said the last time that I would step into that school is when they built the precinct right across the street from it, and I have not stepped in it. I retired. 34 and a half years as an educator. So I appeal to you to take this seriously, especially when you go home and you feel comfortable in your own home. Just know that everybody on the street is not homeless. There's homeless people living with other people. And these other people that's housing them, they're suffering too. Or the money that they could have had is being taken out of their lives, like this homeowner was standing
Thank
up
you.
there
Thank you
talking
for your
about.
testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So just take it seriously.
Thank you. Do you have Tiago Branco, Andre Easton?
Good afternoon. My name is Tiago Branco. I'm right here from the Bronx. I'm from right here in the Bronx. Every year, people come here to attack the RGB, but before blaming this board, tenants should ask themselves a few basic questions. First one, have you ever pulled your rent history? Second, is there renewal? You just signed an overcharge. And if it is, what are you doing about it? Groups like CASA used to help us navigate housing court, HPD, DHCR. They taught us how to protect ourselves from landlords who cut corners and fudge numbers. Now they have drifted too much into politics, humped onto the Get Trump bandwagon, and stopped doing the work that keeps tenants safe. You remember this? You remember this handout, right? You stopped doing that. RGB and Mr. Soltern will agree. You know that landlords' financial claims can be taken at face value. They massage their reports and still insist they're broke. Until you conduct real audits, you're not going to get honest compliance. I'm going to finish with this. Last December, I won the rent overcharge case. My rent was rolled back $240. The HCR also ordered the landlord to refund me $18,000, which I applied towards future rents. She's still refusing to give me a new lease, but that's fine. My rent is going to stay frozen at $1,100 till the cows come home. This happened because I took it upon myself to learn how rent stabilization works. I decided to fight for my right to have a home. So to all the tenants in the audience, especially the rent-stabilized ones, I'm going to say this to you. A roof over your head is your responsibility. Race-baiting politicians, Mamdani, glib community leaders, none of them are going to pay you rent. They couldn't care less if you end up on a park bench on Park Avenue. Once you stop parroting their narratives and start using your own brain, you'll realize that the RGB is not your enemy. The real enemy is the willful ignorance of your rights and responsibilities. It's you.
Is Andre Easton here. Next, we'll hear from Andre Easton.
Good evening. My name is Andre Easton. What's up, y'all? I feel like y'all might know me. I am a husband, a lifelong Bronx resident, the son of Jamaican immigrants. I'm from Wakefield in the Bronx, and I am a candidate for New York's 15th Congressional District here in the Bronx. And I don't take that lightly, right? We're in a situation of crisis in District 15 where one in three people in District 15 are spending more than half of their income on rent. And this creates a toxic environment, not only in the household, but in our communities, where we are seeing increased violence, largely due to the stress that people face in trying to keep a roof over their heads. And we are in a monumental time at this moment where, because New Yorkers have fought and New Yorkers have organized, we could potentially see a rent freeze for 2-year leases in this city. Absolutely, clap it up for that. And we're in a position where the stabilized units, the landlords are claiming that they have to increase rents because their costs have increased, even though the RGB's data alone reveals that this is not true, that the cost of the operating costs do not run parallel to the revenue that they have generated in this past year. And in this moment, we need to be clear about what our socialist solutions are. The problem is capitalism. Capitalism states that if you make whatever money you make this year needs to be more than you made last year, and next year needs to increase and increase and increase. And as a result, housing is treated as a commodity, something to make profit off of. And we have to put forth socialist solutions, and we need to take the profit out of housing. Housing should not be something that is speculated on. And that's why we're saying that if you are in a position where you cannot afford to maintain the properties that you own, that you are that working class people are living in, then you should not have those properties. That should be returned to the public in the form of public housing so that we can take the profit motive out and people can have dignified housing that they deserve. The hardworking people in the Bronx deserve to have dignified housing that is not traded as a speculative commodity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call for Bronx Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson if she's here. And then we'll go to Rosanna Garcia and Alexander Ruiz. Rosanna and Alexander, come on up.
I'm here to talk to the tenants anyway. Hi everyone, my name is Rosanna. I live in the Bronx. I'm an organizer and a social worker, and I am sick and tired of paying more than 30% on rent. Who else is tired of paying more than 50% on rent? Right. In the Bronx, an apartment, one-bedroom apartment is $2,400. That's ridiculous. And the median income is $42,000. Who can afford that? Right. As Andre said, 1 in 3 households cannot afford their living, right? They're paying more than 50% of their income. So that means living paycheck to paycheck. Who wants to live paycheck to paycheck? Right. So this is unsustainable. I am a rent-stabilized tenant, and I believe that we should have public housing with rent that is maxed at 20% of your income. Right. Who wants to pay 20% of their income only on rent, right? You can afford so many things. And under capitalism, you cannot have that because these landlords, they're never satisfied with their profits. Never. Only socialism can bring us housing for everyone. Dignified housing, repairs for everyone. So, and how do we get socialism? The same way that you have all organized to make the possibility of a 0% increase a reality. So we can do it. Thank you.
So likewise, I'm here to speak to the tenants, the individuals who organize every day, the ones who show up, the ones who live with the mold, live with the rats, live with the cold water, the no heat in the winter, right? The individuals who endure and suffer. We've seen forms of this body consistently, right? De Blasio, we had a rent freeze. After de Blasio, we saw at least 26% increases on 2-year leases. 26% since 2017, 2018. Shame, disgusting. The only time we got a concession was when there was a global pandemic, right? And the grace is given to the landlords. The grace is given to the owners. But when we can't afford rent, when we can't afford to feed ourselves, to sustain ourselves, to live that dignified life that we're supposed to, there's no grace given onto us. There's never any concessions given onto those who are hungry, those who need to sustain themselves. I was born and raised in the South Bronx, born in Lincoln Hospital, a block away from here, lived in NYCHA, lived in rent stabilized, currently live in rent stabilized. And I'm not expecting for the manifestation of this board to change in the next 8 years and to then say, you know what, here's another 12% increase, right? So whatever concessions they give us now, whatever myth they say that landlords cannot afford to maintain these buildings is a disgusting lie. It shouldn't be possible that within 26%, we still have mold in our apartments. We still have heat. We're still missing heat. There is no hot water. We don't have the conditions we want to live that dignified life. And like Mr. Easton said, if you cannot afford to own the tenant's building, then you should not own the building at all. The individuals who have roots in these communities, the individuals who have been there for 20, 30 years, seen family members come in and out of these buildings, should be owning the buildings. It makes no sense that my grandmother's been living in the same apartment for the last 30 years, and she herself is now concerned about rent rising because the management company changed, right? You walk all along the Grand Concourse, there are the same owners giving the same bullshit conditions, the same mold, the same roaches. It's disgusting. And the only way we can reform that is by taking ownership of our buildings. Not only should we ask for a freeze, that's the bottom line. A rollback really is what we should be asking for. But moving beyond a rollback, tenants should own the units in which the roots they have cemented in, not the landlords.
I will now welcome Majab Chowdhury, D. Patricia Jewett, and Diana Finch.
Hi everyone, I'm Majab, and I wanted to talk about the conditions of living in the Bronx, right? All the working class people know what it's like to live in the most exploited county in the entire country, right? 1 in 3 people in the Bronx, as my comrades have said, pay more than 50% of their income in rent. And what does that actually get us, right? It gets us buildings that are so old that they're burning down every year. Last year, there were 27 fires. The year before, it was 16, and the year prior is 12, right? Every year, it gets worse. Every year, it gets worse. Our people are dying, okay? Our children are breathing in smoke, and our homes are collapsing, right? I grew up in an apartment in Norwood where the landlord wouldn't fix the tiles. Right? There were mold within the wall, and I was breathing that in growing up, right? My father's hard-earned money paid for that. Was that worth that money that he paid, 50% of his income? It was not, right? The greed of a parasitic owner class is robbing us of our wealth, and only a socialist alternative can create solutions to problems created by capitalist greed, right? We're human beings. We deserve homes that are safe, affordable, and dignified, okay? And let me tell you something interesting. There's a law called the Fair Clause Amendment, right? it bans the federal government from funding new public housing. Can you believe that we have laws that ban us from creating new public housing? That is insane, right? We need to build new dignified public housing that are not for profit. They don't line the pockets of landlords, okay? And we should not bring more than 20% of our income in rent. That is, like, it's possible. Other countries are able to do this. Why can't we do it? Right? Housing is a human right, okay? Housing is a human right, okay? Not a commodity to be traded. We shouldn't be increasing the rent. We should make sure that we're building new housing. Okay, rent rollback, new public housing, we should own everything, not the capitalist class.
D. Patricia Jewett, and then Diana Finch.
It's like walking in the stairwell. All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Patricia Jewett, and I am a CASA leader. I come here every year, and I need for you guys to understand, I'm not special. We are all suffering. We all have to make judgments as to what bill we're going to pay. I have been living in the same building for damn near 50 years. And for most of the time, the landlord has been trying to evict me. And not because I don't pay my rent, because I pay the rent. But the idea is that if they can push me out, they can double what they get in. But what's so disgusting is that landlords know how to make money. I don't know about these little guys that say they don't know shit. They need to talk to the big owners. Because the landlords know how to make money. Every time they do some kind of renovation, who pays? We pay. Do they ask us what we need? Hell no. And do they give us quality? Hell no. I had a massive renovation in 2017. The numbers are falling off the building. They put in an intercom system that the first good rain, it stopped working. So from 2017 to now, that intercom system that they put in that was brand new, that was part of their massive renovation, ain't working worth a damn. But to add insult to injury, my rent went up $300 a month. 55 units went up $300 a month. You do the math. That's a lot of freaking money. We can't eat chicken. We gotta eat soup. I have a household of 5, 3 generations. And at night I have to worry, is there gonna be an eviction notice on my door? And it ain't because I don't owe rent. It's because they're always trying to figure out a way to put out the tenants that have been there, that they built their building off. They want us out so they can get new blood in. It is disgusting to know that a 1-bedroom apartment is $2,400 a month rent. That's disgusting. We built this city, and the city is crapping on us. 32 years I work. I'm a disabled senior with a disabled dependent, a household of 3 generations, and we can't afford to eat. So when you go home tonight and you're having what you're having, know that we ain't having. Fight, fight, fight. Housing is a human right. Fight, fight, fight.
Thank you. Diana Finch, and then Edward McCoy.
Hello, my name's Diana Finch. I'm a Bronx rep in the Union of Pinnacle Tenants. I live in a non-bankruptcy building still owned by Pinnacle near Pelham Parkway and Bronx Park East. In 2000, I moved in to a 9th floor apartment in an 11-story Mitchell Lama building, 2 blocks from the Botanical Garden, with views all the way to the World Trade Center. It's concrete and fire resistant, with tenants who are public school teachers, bus drivers, construction workers, carpenters, electricians, nurses, cops, firefighters, airline stewards, local coffee shop and restaurant owners, and generations of families who've lived there since it opened in 1962. A few years after I moved in, Pinnacle, run by a rich real estate manipulator, bought the building and immediately enacted a rollback, not on stabilized rents, but on maintenance. Pinnacle deliberately let our building and more than 100 others across 4 boroughs slide into disrepair. Now, roofs leak, elevators and boilers break down, ceilings fall, and repairs are just reluctant patch-up jobs by understaffed, unqualified workers. Without upkeep, infrastructure has aged to where we need city and state agencies to subsidize replacement. Neither landlords nor tenants can afford it. Landlords complain rent-stabilized income doesn't cover costs, when those costs have soared because they made the choice to skimp on maintenance while rents rose for decades. My landlord does not live in the Bronx or even in New York City, but on Long Island. He does not invest his wealth in the Bronx, in New York City, or even in the US, but in a foreign country on the Tel Aviv bond market. Landlords like mine treat our homes as sources for their personal investment funds, even while they default on multi-million-dollar mortgages, get bailed out by Freddie Mac, and rescued by narrow protective bankruptcy laws. We call on the Rent Guidelines Board to stand for tenants, roll back our rents, and fix this system. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward McCoy, and then Brenda Irizarry and Graciela Torres. Is Edward here? Great. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I believe that if landlords were subject to forensic audits, it would show that the rents currently charged more than cover their maintenance costs. What the problem is that landlords want rents to totally cover their mortgage costs as well, which allows them to quasi-own properties that they otherwise couldn't afford. If that was found to be the case, then they should be ineligible for the mortgage interest deduction privileges, and as a result, the request for such large and frequent rent increases may disappear. There needs to be more landlords with properties that they can afford in lieu of landlords with properties that they cannot afford. Maybe 1 property, 1 landlord, 5 properties, 5 landlords. Cost increase affect everyone, but we can't go to our employer and ask for a raise to offset every increase. We can't go to Social Security and ask for a raise to offset said increases. It costs some of us hundreds of dollars weekly, monthly, just to get to work. Landlords get to write everything off. No one goes to work for free. Landlords need to get up off our backs, take their knees off our necks, and their hands out our pockets. Guys, get a real job and pay your own way. And I believe this mayor is better described as a redistributionist. Thank you.
Thank you. Brenda Irizarry, and then Graciela Torres.
Good evening. My name is Brenda Irizarry, and I am a member of CASA, Our Bronx, Met Council, and Tenants and Neighbors. I live at 3215 Bainbridge Avenue in the Bronx since 1982. My landlord is Jamel Holding Corp. I am urging the board for a rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases. Since 2022, RGB raised rents totaling 12%. Landlords continue to make a profit while many buildings are in disrepair. As a consequence, tenants suffer, compounded with high rents. As a rent-stabilized tenant living on a fixed income, a rent freeze would allow me to continue my lifestyle without cutting back. In closing, many tenants continue to struggle with inflation and the cost of living in NYC, as well as federal cuts to safety net programs. A rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases would give tenants much-needed relief and allow them to remain in their homes. Therefore, I appeal to the board to vote a rent freeze on all leases. On a final note, I request that RGB commission annual studies on landlords' profits and tenants' budgets. The studies would bring about a fairer outcome for tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. Graciela Torres, and then we'll hear from Marcelo Lopez and Althea Brown.
Good evening, members of the Rent Guidelines Board. My name is Graciela Torres. I am a rent-stabilized tenant from the Bronx, and I am speaking today on my own behalf. I'm also speaking as an advocate. I work for seniors and tenants on a daily basis. I see how rent increases affect real people, not just the numbers on a paper. I am asking this board to vote for a rent rollback. I understand that may sound like a big ask, but I want to be very honest. For many tenants, the rent is already too high. Freezing an unaffordable rent still leaves rent unaffordable. At the same time, I am asking for a realistic first step. If the board is not prepared to vote for a rollback, then at the very least, please vote for a real rent freeze. No increase, no 2%, no 4%, a full freeze. Tenants are tired. Seniors are scared. Disabled tenants are overwhelmed. Working families are doing everything they can, and still the rent keeps going up. For many people, even a small increase is not small. It means falling behind. It means choosing between rent, food, medicine, transportation, and basic needs. The board is considering increases up to 2%, 4%, 6%, I even heard. Those numbers may look small on paper, but for a tenant already living paycheck to paycheck, that increase becomes another burden on top of everything else that they're going through. I also want to say this clearly. Tenants are not always getting better services for their higher rent. Many tenants are still dealing with repairs, mold, heat and hot water problems, elevator issues, unsafe conditions, and landlords doing only the minimum. Some of them don't even answer the phone. If rents keep going up, tenants should be seeing better housing conditions, but that is not what we are seeing. I'm not here to attack anyone. I'm here to ask for fairness, dignity, and common sense. A rollback would give tenants real relief. A freeze would at least stop the bleeding. But another increase will push more people closer to arrears, housing court, displacement, and homelessness. Please listen to the tenants. Please vote for a rent rollback. And if you will not take that step yet, please take the first realistic step and vote for a rent freeze. The rent is too high, and Bronx tenants need relief now. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcelo Lopez, and then Althea Brown.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcelo Lopez. I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. I am the president of the Unity Democratic Club. I'm an organizer of the tenants in my building, and I am a lifelong rent-stabilized tenant. See, there's a lot of anger in here, as we can tell, and I think it's very justified. I am here in front of you as many as part of my annual humiliation ritual, one where we all sit here and beg of you to please keep a roof over our heads, where we tell you about buildings that are full of rats and roaches, ceilings that are falling down, and heat and hot water that has not been felt since the last time the Knicks went to the finals. So we are all living through a pretty rough economy, and we've all had to make cutbacks. But landlords have been very clear to us that any impact must be absorbed by the tenants and exclusively by the tenants. See, they have been warning us that the Bronx burned because they did not make enough money. And let us think about that for a second. We want no rats. They are okay with us dying if that means recuperating funds. They pay tens of thousands of dollars to different lobbying groups that will go promote false information on little TikToks and pay themselves $1 million for it. But they have nothing to say, as many people have mentioned, about Signature Bank or about Pinnacle Realty, who put bets on the fact that they could displace people faster than the law would be able to catch up with them. That was their bet, and they expect that the poorest people, like the ones that are here, pay for every single dime. Now, your mandate today your mandate as a board is that of raising rents or freezing them or rolling them back. But the problem is there is nothing your mandate can do to actually impact the housing crisis. You must freeze the rent because there is no positive effect to raising it. There is not going to be a magical increase that people will just be able to pay more and it'll fix all the repairs that were ignored for decades. None of that is possible. We are asking you to freeze the rent because it is what is correct to be able to maintain people in their homes. I ask of you, on top of that you take your position as the board, take all of the eyes that are finally on this process and listening to you and looking at you, and use it to give a mandate to the legislature, to the people who can actually enact a change to better our living situation. But mostly we are asking of you to freeze the damn rent.
Thank you.
Mi gente.
Althea Brown?
I'm Alethea Brown.
Alethea.
So I am here today on another note that I've not heard being spoken about today. I'm not asking about freezing and rollbacks in the technical terms. I'm asking to reconstruct and reset your buttons because none of this is working. There's a system that's being built, and it's not like a hurricane that you can't change what's happening in those conditions. These are man-made things built that are really not to benefit humanity or quality of life. So if there is anything to be asked, is to restructure everything. You have economists, you have educators, you have people who go to school for the science of how economy and communities and infrastructures work, and these intelligent people are not being put to good use if this is what you call a system. The system that is broken is really designed only for those in power, not for the vulnerable. And it's really time for us to really unite on two fronts to make more sense. I have lived in an apartment for 29 years in a private house. Now, because this landlord could get more by having someone else, I had a ceiling fall over my toilet seconds before I moved from it. And then the next year had the ceiling over the tub fall inches away from me as I'm stepping out of the tub the next summer. I then had the ceiling in my living room fall, and it looked like a powder fest with all of the dust and debris. All these things he didn't want to fix because he knew if he made my living conditions horrible, I would be forced to leave. Then he tells me he sold the building, and as I'm on my way out, moving my things to a storage unit, supposedly to a new apartment that was going to take another month to happen, I then find out the apartment fell through, I'm homeless, and he never sold the building. And this was because he wanted to get more money for the apartment. The system is so broken that people go out of their way to break tenants because they can get more money. Don't do what you can because you can. Do what you should, because you will see on your last days on this planet the deeds you did or did not do in silence will come full circle. We are human on both sides of the table, and we need to reconstruct, not put rollbacks, because none of the rents are affordable. I'm an artist. I give to community every day in different things I do in the arts. I'm a healer. I'm always doing things to make life better for the quality of people that come around me on either side of the aisle. I grew up as a community-based person. It's human first, not money first.
Thank you. Next, I'll welcome Marcella Vincivini, Joshua Santiago, and Lauren Wolf.
Good evening. My name is Marcella Bencivenni, and I am a professor of history here at Hostos, and I am also a rent-stabilized tenant in Crown Heights in Brooklyn. I'm here today, like many before me, to ask you to freeze the rent and help alleviate the affordability crisis that is impacting negatively on too many of us at CUNY and in the city. I want to speak first on behalf of the students I serve. For too many of them, housing insecurity is a real nightmare that impacts not only their day-to-day living and well-being, but also their academic success. When my students stop attending classes, most often it is because they have lost their home or because they must attend the court hearings to fight evictions. A recent survey found that 30% of CUNY students face housing insecurity. 20% said that they were unable to pay or had underpaid rent, and 6% reported being homeless at some point last year. That is 8,000 young men and women who end up on the streets and cannot complete their studies. Many also live in conditions, as we have heard, that are absolutely unacceptable for a city that prides itself on being one of the richest in the richest nation in the world. CUNY provides dedicated emergency grants, campus resource centers like CUNY Cares and Single Stop, and specialized housing partnership to help the most vulnerable students. But it should not be CUNY's responsibility to fix the housing crisis. This is a city's crisis. And it's not just the CUNY students who are suffering. While we lack comparable data on the housing situation of full-time staff and faculty, we all know just how difficult it is to live and raise a family in New York City. Despite raises in the last contract, the CUNY salaries haven't kept up with housing prices, inflation, and other increasing living costs. As a full professor, I am still unable to buy an apartment, and I can only afford to live and raise my son here because my husband lived in a rent-stabilized apartment when we got married. And if I, a full professor, cannot still fulfill the life I thought I would have when I first entered academia 25 years ago, imagine how hard it is for our part-time students, adjuncts, CLIP and CUNY start instructor, and staff at CUNY who work at much lower salary level and sometimes without health or pension benefits. I thank you for your time, and as the time comes on June 25, please vote to freeze the rent.
Thank you. Joshua Santiago.
My name is Joshua Santiago, and I'm simply here to share my experience. I'm a multi-instrumentalist, songwriter, and private music teacher. I am a lifelong Bronxite, born and raised, nearly completely educated in North Central, save for Hunter College, but nevertheless, a Bronx Science graduate and current grad student at Lehman. I've marched the Yankees and Giants ticker tape parades back in 2010 and 2012 when they won their respective games in the All-City High School Marching Band, and hopefully I'll get to watch the All-City High School Marching Band march the Knicks ticker tape parade when they win the finals. And I'm just here to share my struggle upholding my livelihood after high school. In 2015, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia, depression, and anxiety. In 2022, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And since then, I've struggled to maintain my livelihood while also trying to struggle to maintain work with these conditions. I have not been able to qualify for public assistance, for unions, or any sort of disability benefits. And in my years working, I've averaged less than $30,000 per year. I stand before you representing the parallels between mental and physical illness, the job market bottleneck, companies' inflation of false advertising, vacancies for tax breaks, the rise of AI companies replacing creativity and employment, the remaining millennial population still living at home with their parents, and ultimately the inability of mobility due to low income. As I am currently an organizing member of the Bronx and defending tenant rights of our immigrants and of our neighbors, I am continuing to serve the Bronx. And as assisting my mother with her own eviction case. By the way, I had to speak a little bit about my mother because she is a housing warrior. She has advocated with the Bronx Northwest Community and Clergy Coalition to get the housing built on Creston Avenue back way when. She has served this city and the state as an employee of the DMV. She is currently suffering from fibromyalgia, sciatica, depression, and anxiety. And she has recently had hip surgery, thank goodness the mayor's office is helping us with her eviction case. But I am standing here again because, like I said, to live in this city is to serve in the city, and it would be a shame to continue to push our neighbors further out of the city and into Yonkers. I'm here to testify as someone who has been applying for housing inside and outside of the city for over 8 years and has been struggling to find a place of my own, who do the logistics of my mother's Section 8. I'm technically not even supposed to be there. So I can't say I live with my mother on paperwork. Without my mother, I would technically be homeless. I am even allowed to purchase my own car before I can even have an apartment here in the city. So I would not like the rent to climb any higher before either being left homeless or evicted in this city, especially because of these racist, sexist, ableist, and ultimately classist home distribution practices. I'm not asking for help, I'm asking for credence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lauren Wolf.
Stand up, fight back! Stand up, fight back! Good evening. My name is Lauren Wolf, Bronx and Hostos Action Committee and the People's Pantry. I am here because a rent freeze means nothing if NYCHA residents are still being displaced through repairs, rad pack conversions, and decades of deliberate neglect. In the Bronx, public housing remains overwhelming. Black and brown families are living through state-manufactured instability. When elevators fail and when heat is out, when mold spreads, when repairs take years, that's not management. That's displacement by design. And when rad-packed hands buildings to private managers who push people out through construction, recertification, and temporary relocation, that's just gentrification wearing a NYCHA badge. A rent freeze cannot only protect private market tenants, while public housing tenants are left to fight privatization, redevelopment, and demolition alone. If housing is a human right, then public housing residents must be protected first, not last. NYCHA residents deserve the same eviction protections, the same anti-harassment enforcement, the same stability guarantees as every other renter in this city. A rent freeze that ignores NYCHA is not a rent freeze, it's a loophole big enough to push out entire communities. Tonight I am asking you to stand with all the working class people who have held this city together through every crisis and reside in public housing. In the current city budget discussion, please assign the funding not to Section 8, but instead to protecting and preserving Section 8. Do not privatize a public good. Do not demolish Chelsea Public Housing nor any other. Freeze rents
and freeze privatization too.
Thank you. Rafaela Abello, William Botchway, and William Alicia.
Good evening, board members. My name is Rafaela Abeo, and I'm a rent-stabilized tenant. I was born, raised, and have lived in the same apartment in the South Bronx my entire life for 35 years. Today, I'm asking the board to enact a rent freeze for both 1-year and 2-year leases. As you've already heard in Queens and will continue to hear today, New Yorkers are facing a serious affordability crisis. The cost of food, transportation, childcare, and everyday necessities continue to rise while wages have not kept pace. For many families, the situation is becoming unsustainable. As a former housing paralegal, I saw firsthand how tenants were forced to choose between paying rent and putting food on the table. No one should have to make that choice. A rent freeze would provide much-needed relief to working-class New Yorkers struggling to stay in their homes. I also want to point out that despite years of rent increases, 12% in the last few years, and not to mention landlord profits have gone up 30% in the last 3, many tenants have not seen meaningful improvements to their living conditions. In my own apartment, when my sink began pulling away from the wall and causing tiles to fall, the repair was not a real repair at all. Maintenance workers cut up broomsticks, spray painted them white, and propped up the sink to keep it from collapsing. This is just one example of so many faulty fixes. Stories like mine show that rent increases do not always result in better housing conditions for tenants. Landlords continue to receive higher rents while many residents continue to live with inadequate repairs and neglected maintenance. New Yorkers need relief, we need stability, and we need the opportunity to remain in the communities we have spent our lives building. I urge you to vote for a rent freeze on both 1-year and 2-year leases. Thank you.
Thank you. William Botchway, and then William Alicia.
Good evening. My name is William Bochway. I'm the housing organizer at the Bronx Defenders, and myself, a rent-stabilized tenant in Queens. This matter is personal to me because without rent stabilization, I would have no future in the city I was born in, raised in, and love so deeply. With wages stagnant and the cost of living increasing on all fronts, the people that I fight for every day cannot afford the burden of another gratuitous rent increase. A couple of numerical reminders so we have a sense of the scale we're operating with. NYC is about 8.5 million people. About 70% of households are rentals. Somewhere between 40 to 50% of rentals are rent stabilized, totaling over 1 million units. Those units house about 2.5 million people, about a third of the city's population. Every year when it's time to vote on rent increases, the question is whether to prioritize the long-term financial stability of those 2.5 million people or to prioritize the short-term profits of a few property owners. The most common argument against a rent freeze is that landlord costs are rising, so without a rent increase, they would be unable to maintain their properties. But the conditions many tenants live with tell a different story. Take a look inside the apartments of our clients at the Bronx Defenders, and you will see tenants living with leaking ceilings, crumbling walls, mold, pests, and other serious housing code violations. Meanwhile, landlord profits have increased substantially in recent years, by 30% over the past 3, yet too often those gains are not reflected in building conditions or repairs. Across the city, there are buildings right now, including down this street, with hundreds of open violations, where tenants are still expected to hand over rent every month, yet they continue to live in unsafe and unhealthy conditions. Rent-stabilized tenants like myself, or Bronx Defenders clients, should not be expected to shoulder the burden of guaranteeing profits for property owners. Every investment carries risk, and housing should not be treated as an exception. It is not the responsibility of the Rent Guidelines Board, the city, nor 2.5 million rent-stabilized tenants to ensure that property ownership is a profitable endeavor, but rather to ensure New Yorkers can remain housed in the communities that they call home. Tenants are in an affordability crisis, and after years of rent increases being used to bail out bad landlord business practices, we are demanding a rent freeze. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is William Alisea. I'm co-chair of the Bronx Working Families Party of the Bronx. I use any and all pronouns, and I'm a lifelong Bronxite. And welcome to my neighborhood of Mont Haven. I'm not only testifying on my behalf, but also for my disabled mother who is deaf and mute. It is so hard to find truly affordable housing in New York City. The wait lists are hundreds of people long for each building due to the urgent need for housing that's been neglected for too long. My mother lives down the block in dignified housing for once, and in one of the luxury apartments gentrifying this neighborhood, unfortunately, that I grew up in. Every single year ever since she's moved in, every single year her rent has increased year after year because of the very decisions of the Rent Guidelines Board. Now, it's my understanding that some of you folks weren't the employees then, but now it's the time to reverse some of the actions of the corrupt Adams administration. A rent freeze is great, but what we really need is a rent rollback. Rents have been increasing nonstop since 2021, post-COVID lockdowns. A freeze now will only lock in the egregious, unchecked cost of living crisis so many New Yorkers that are already drowning. A rent rollback would help stabilize so many families that already have to worry about rising utilities, food, childcare, healthcare, and gas prices. Landlords made investments that were risky. In other words, a gamble. The gamble failed, and you know what happens to us working class folk when we make a bad gamble? We eat the loss. But it sounds like to me the landlords gambled and they want us to bail them out. Why is it always privatize the gains but socialize the losses? Well, no more. The Bronx is standing up and won't take the bare minimum. Rent rollback now.
Thank you. I will now welcome Rafael Monroy Rojas, Anna Hainsworth, and Nancy Espino.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rafael Monroy Rojas, and I'm here as a member of both New York City DSA and CASA Community Action for Safe Apartments. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant in Inwood, but up until recently, I lived in the Bronx, and this is where my community lives. As a member of this community, I can tell you that we are all struggling. Myself, I was recently laid off. And much like so many people in this community, we need a rent freeze. Do landlords also struggle? No. This winter, my heating was very low because our boiler is too old. During the winter storms, I slept with a space heater on and several blankets despite having my heater on, and I still woke up shivering every day. Despite my neighbors also complaining about the cold, our landlord refuses to install a new boiler and instead keeps the same one that was out of service for repairs at least 6 times last year. Last month, my stove was leaking carbon monoxide and the firefighters had to come. My landlord then took a month to replace it, and when I finally got a different stove, it was actually a stove older than the one I previously had. My landlord is not using the money to fix the heating or the stove. My landlord is not working hard for a raise. When I got a promotion at my previous job, I had to actually work hard for it. If you're not doing a good job, why should you be getting paid more? Landlords are not working hard. They're not being responsive. They're not fixing things in a timely manner. And they're not just not doing their job well, they're using our money to gamble in even more buildings. I don't think your average person should subsidize that lifestyle of waste and greed. Landlord profits keep increasing, but our apartments aren't getting better. Our lives keep getting financially insecure. So freeze the rent, protect tenants, don't bail out landlords. Board members, I ask you on all leases, no increases.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm speaking to the tenants. My name is Anna, and I'm a socialist and a social worker, and I'm a Bronx resident for most of my life. We all know very well landlords are ignoring the mold in your bathroom, they're ignoring the cabinets that are collapsing, the roaches and ratchets in your apartment, the peeling paint, and the list can go on. We know they are playing games and keeping you waiting for repairs that never come. And where are the landlords meant to make these repairs? They're at these hearings trying to testify that in order to provide bare minimum living conditions, they need to raise your rent. They're not doing the work. They're at these hearings wasting your time. They're saying these repairs need to come out of your hard-earned paycheck. Why should you have to foot the bill for these repairs to the point where you will be priced out of your own apartment? While landlords continue to make a profit over and over and over again, keeping in mind that we live in a borough already where 50% of renters are rent burdened, and landlords are turning a profit on these undignified living conditions as it is. These landlords own their property. They wanted to make it their business to play games with their lives. They chose to do that. Under this current system, it is their obligation to make repairs, to renovate and provide dignified living conditions. It is within your right to continue living in your apartment at an affordable rate. If they truly are as broke as they say, that they can't afford to make that they can't afford to make repairs without raising your rent substantially, then we should have the right to seize the building. That's not their building anymore. If they truly are as broke as they say, that's not their building anymore. We should not have to beg and plead for these repairs from landlords who are perfectly comfortable pretending that you don't exist, that you are just a monthly rent check, that you are just numbers. What if we, working class people, controlled the housing system, not greedy landlords? What if we unleash the funds of the richest city in the richest country in the world to build brand new public housing? I'm a socialist because this is the future I want to see. Dignified and affording housing for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Espino.
A tenant residing at 1188 Grand Concourse in the Bronx. Within the last 2 years, tenants have made 400 311 complaints for lack of heat and hot water. Here, tenants are forced to request rent reductions from Housing Community Renewal due to unlivable conditions at 1188 Grand Concourse. There are 96 apartments paying rent to this landlord. Tenants have to make HCR requests for unlivable conditions, for rent reductions, because the landlord still refuses to make the building safe and sanitary for us. The tenants have sought lawyers to start an HPD action in housing court for the chronic conditions that plague 1988 Grand Concourse. We are forced to endure no lock on the front door entrance, allowing unknown persons entering at night, sleeping, using drugs, even having sex in the hallways and steps. We are forced to walk on bird feces every day due to birds occupying and dropping feces from the awning on the front entrance. The landlord told the tenant who was pooped on by a bird, this is natural, and tell it to the judge, right? There are no cameras in this building. Tenants' packages are stolen every day, and security does not ensure we receive our packages. The side entrance is locked, forcing seniors and the disabled to enter through the main entrance, which has many steps. In the winter, we endure hardship due to lack of heat in the building. And The landlord also overcharged tenants rent. The building I'm in is rent stabilized. Regardless of the status, some tenants, me included, are overpaying rent to the landlord. He overcharged me $300 for the last year. And while enduring these conditions mentioned. And finally, if a landlord is refusing to make the tenants whole while receiving rent from us, why should they be entitled to rent increases? Landlords refusing to make buildings livable for tenants should be exempt from increases. Thank you and appreciate your time, but the Bronx is still burning.
Thank you. Next, I will welcome up Sheila Reinhardt Ballard, Amir Zaid, and Laura Lima.
Good afternoon, distinguished officials, special guests, and all in attendance. I'm the representative for Ms. Jean Hill, our current president of the Tracy Towers Tenant Association, and the 871 apartment residents that reside at Tracy Towers. Rent Guidelines Board. Why would you elect to kick us when we are already down? The cost of every human need is rising rapidly. Food, clothing, healthcare, gas, salaries, and pensions are being challenged. Due to the increases, the economic crisis, we should be asking for a rent reduction as opposed to an increase. We have serious questions regarding a 28% rent increase for the residents of Tracy Towers. In regard to the monies appropriated for building repairs, there is no evidence of tangible or visible signs of the repairs. After receiving $10 million 2 years ago to be used for a complete overhaul of elevators and buildings pointing, where is the evidence that a new elevator system has been installed or work even begun after stalling and residents being trapped in non-functioning, unsightly elevators? The fire department is on speed dial. We request accountability of $10 million, as no work has been started to date. Why hot water continuously shut down for repairs? Boiler problems not resolved. Monies appropriated for repairs, but continued years of inconvenience. After multiple failed attempts, walkway leading to the parking lot still in disrepair. Driveway and exit entrances are deplorable. This problem still persists, especially hard for handicapped and senior citizens. Residents still unable to safely rent or use their apartments and/or community rooms for years because of incessant, continuous floods, which damages tenant property, community spaces, and creates mold. Why? Security. After many years of dialogue and warnings to management to place cameras around Tracy Towers property to enhance safety, monies given to correct this safety protection issue, but never done. Why? Failure to make repairs for which you were given money is unconscionable. You're asking for a raise at a time when the government has decimated the economy to an extent where we can barely survive.
Thank you, Sheila.
Hello, my name is Amir Zaid First, I want to say thank you to Andre Easton and his team for sending out the email about this event, because I wouldn't have known about it if it wasn't for that. That's great. Thank you for that. But that's also a shame that we don't, normal citizens and residents don't even know this is even happening right now, right? That's number one. Most of you said what I wrote, so I'm just going to go off the top. I worked in commercial banking for about 13 years, and you don't even have to have had any financial experience to know what's going on with the economy. So the fact that the board didn't even start this meeting with, hey, no vote needs to happen because it's done. We're doing it. We're at war, right? We're at war. This whole Strait of Hormuz thing, oil, prices have been going up before that. So the fact that this isn't something that's just done because of the state of our nation and geopolitics that's affecting it is sick. I don't envy you guys up there. I would both love and hate to be in your position at the same time, because you have to balance the needs of landlords and the needs of tenants. But I never understood why it's okay to raise the rent every year or 2-year lease. If people who are educating others on finances, right, are telling you, don't put your money in the savings account that doesn't have a decent interest on it. Invest it, find some investment products, find a good investment package, put your money there. Why did they say that? Because $1,000, a dollar 10 years ago, 5 years ago, is not gonna be worth the same tomorrow. It's gonna be worth less. So how does it make sense that it's okay to raise the rent if a dollar yesterday is less tomorrow? It's you guys' duty, because you have the privilege of having that seat, to serve both sides of it, and with great timing to make tough decisions that may affect one side better than more than the other, in a negative and positive way. This is the time to freeze the rent, because it would be immoral not to. Thank you.
Next, I'll welcome Laura Lima, Nichelle Hemphill, and Leslie Enave.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Laura Lema. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant. I live at 190 East 206th Street in the Bronx. That's in Bedford Park. My landlord is Jammer Realty, and we've lived in our home for 8 years. My husband and I are expecting our first baby in November. We've been preparing for this chapter for some time by saving up whatever we could. But what should be a joyful time, we're confronted with the rising cost of groceries, utilities, insurance, and basic necessities. Another rent increase will pull us back. Year after year, our rent increases, but the quality of our apartment doesn't. We're left questioning whether we should even stay. We wonder if it's easier to just move away, like the thousands of working families that do every single year. And this line of questioning hurts. But we're determined to stay if we can. But why is it always so hard? We dream of raising our family here in the Bronx, where I was born and raised. While some aspire to own a house with a white picket fence, our apartment is our home. And we dream of having New York City as our backyard, with access to public transportation, world-class museums, and steps away from the Bronx Zoo and the New York Botanical Garden. But most importantly, to stay close with family and for work. We've planted our roots here in the Bronx. We don't want to be uprooted. We need to freeze the rent on 1- and 2-year leases so that families like mine can stay in New York. Thank you.
Thank you. Nichelle Hemphill. Leslie Enave or Enave. Okay. George Soderoff.
Good evening. My name is George Satirov, and I've been in the Bronx since 1981. Ladies and gentlemen of the Rent Guidelines Board, I'm not a religious man, so I will not preach a sermon exhorting you to do the right thing and vote for a 1-year or a 2-year rent freeze. What I'm going to do is develop a scenario in which I will assume that no one here, including myself, has a moral compass. However, fear not. I will not demand that you remove the convicted felon from the people's house. I will not demand that you stop the illegal war in Iran. I will not demand that you lift the disruptive tariffs imposed on our Canadian cousins. It is not in your power to accomplish any of these goals, and therefore, in these instances, I demand nothing. Instead, I will only restate the obvious. Under the current Adams administration, rents rose 12% and landlords' profits have risen 30%. Yet landlords claim to be suffering financial distress. If landlords are suffering distress, just imagine what the rent burdened are suffering. Instead of helping the rent burden, we've been plundering them. There's no excuse for high rents. Landlord greed disrupts our economy. That is not abstract theology. Wealth tends to insulate one against reality. One doesn't need an economics textbook to see that the wealth gap continues to grow. Soon we will have business without buyers. Why? Under our system, billionaires buy politicians and then rig the economy. Tariffs are causing inflation. The illegal war in Iran is causing inflation. Inflation punishes the poor, and punishing the poor is very expensive. Ladies and gentlemen of the Rent Guidelines Board, you cannot protect a system just because it makes you feel safe. Here's the question. Is there anything wrong with shared prosperity? And is there anything more practical? Think about it. So, now I am urging only those of you who have no moral compass to vote for both a 1-year and a 2-year rent freeze, not because it's the right thing to do, but rather because it's the smart thing to do.
Thank you. Now I will welcome Joanne Grell, Brandon Andujar, and Evelyn Rivera.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Grell, and I am a CASA leader. And I am a rent-stabilized tenant who has lived in the same apartment for the past 24 years. It is the apartment where I raised 2 children as a single mother. Both graduated college. Today, my daughter is pursuing a medical degree, and my son is a Sundance Award-winning filmmaker. But none of those dreams would have been possible without an affordable, rent-stabilized home. And today, like most Bronx tenants, I am at the brink of not being able to afford to stay in that apartment. And that is why I am urging the Rent Guidelines Board to approve a rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases. Every family in this city deserves the opportunity to provide a safe, affordable home for their children so that they can dream big and realize those dreams. Yet more than half of the Bronx tenants are severely rent burdened. We have endured years of rising rents, rising food prices, high utility bills, healthcare, and insurance costs just to remain in the city that we love. For the last 4 years, this board has repeatedly considered landlord costs and has responded with historic rent increases. Landlords have also benefited from city programs that provide funding to help them repair their buildings, and often without requiring a repayment of those funds. But who is considering the tenants and our rising costs? Landlords often describe their buildings as distressed, a term designed to garner the board's sympathy, and it's worked, especially in the last 4 years to the tune of 12% in profits. Yet tenants continue to live with broken elevators, inadequate heat and hot water, pest infestations, and other unresolved conditions for years despite rent increases? And who shows concern for distressed tenants and our families who struggle to stay in our homes? In my own building, Con Edison recently posted a notice stating that my landlord owed more than $5,000 in unpaid utility bills. So we tenants have the right to ask, where is our rent money going? So the question before you is simple. Will this board finally protect the people it was created to serve and protect and approve a rent freeze on 1- and 2-year leases? I believe that this new and improved board truly will. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Andujar, and then Evelyn Rivera.
It's Brandon Andujar.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I just wanted to speak to everybody here. I'm a Bronx resident. I'm 22 years old. It's not very frequent where we see a lot of young people at things like this, and that is by design. Our educational system has taught us to not really care about anything. We are consistently pushed to learn that the Bronx is the poorest congressional district, when in fact we are the richest culturally in America. Majority of this country has been built off the backs of people in the Bronx. Over 25% of the entertainment industry are people born from the Bronx. Salsa was brought here and pioneered here in the Bronx. Hip hop was brought here and pioneered here in the Bronx. But we're here to talk about rent. So that's what we're gonna talk about. So when it comes to the rent, I think we need to start having a bit more of diverse perspectives when it comes to that. I implore all of you to go into communities that are dilapidated. There's all the evidence that there is online to show it. I personally go around New York City where I show everything that is going on. There's videos. Everything is there. What is the point of us having social media? Is it for us to not learn and see the struggles of other people so we can better the world? It's though is that people don't check and see these things. Also, the lack of diversity on the board speaks for itself. Granted, so there cannot be diverse perspectives. We need more diversity in these systems in order for people to learn and listen, and also for people to grow. We need to freeze the rent. We need to actually lower the rent, instead of inflating it. It's important and imperative that we actually listen to the voices of the people here, because if we don't listen to the voices of the people that are here, our world is going to go to shit. Point blank, period. I want to be able to have a family here in New York, but reality is not going to be the case right now, because I won't be able to have a family in New York if we continue to go down this line. We won't. It's not fair. My older brother just moved out of the house and he was 30 years old. 30? You're just now moving out of your mother's house at 30? That's insane. Where's the American dream? Where's the values that this country is built off of? We need to uplift and uphold that. And I implore you to look at me, because most of the time that y'all were speaking up here, people are looking at their phones, writing something down. These are the voices you need to hear, because how else will you learn? Just because you have ears does not mean you're actually listening. You have to actively engage with the people and actually respond. And I have seen some of you do that, so I appreciate that. But also at the same time, you can do that and also be lying to us. So I implore you to listen, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn Rivera. Then we'll have Jacqueline Altamirano Marin and Benjamin Norte. Is Evelyn here? Oh, perfect. Thank you, Evelyn.
Buenas noches. Voy a hablar español porque estoy tan mal
Good
que
evening. I'm
no
going to speak
puedo
in
hablar
Spanish
en inglés bien.
because I can't speak in English well.
¿Ok? La razón por que estoy aquí es porque hay un abuso constantemente con los inquilinos del Bronx.
The reason that I'm here is because there's constant abuse against the tenants in the Bronx.
Estoy yendo para la corte más de un año con el landlord de mi edificio.
I'm going to be for, ¿cuántos años dijo usted?
Un año.
It's going to be a year with the landlord of my building.
El landlord me debe dinero, dice que soy yo la que le debe dinero.
The landlord owes me money. He says I'm the one who owes him money.
El landlord yo no le he visto la cara nunca,
I've never seen the landlord's face.
pero él tiene su gente que trabajan ahí como super o porar, que ellos vienen y dan la cara por él una vez y después salen caminando.
But he has his people who work there as supers or porters who come and they show their face for him once and then they walk away.
Nadie quiere hacer nada. A veces el agua no sube.
Nobody wants to do anything. Sometimes the water doesn't come up.
Todavía es el tiempo que yo tengo que trabajar para pagar mi renta.
It's,
Todavía es el tiempo que si uno dice no hay agua caliente, no hay elevado, hay un edificio con droga y prostitución.
there's, in the time that I have to work, in that time there's not water, there's not a good elevator, there's a building with drugs and prostitution.
Entonces soy una presidenta de una asociación de inquilinos.
So I'm the president of the Tenants Association.
Tratando de acomodar este edificio que nosotros siendo pobres tenemos que vivir en él.
Trying to fix this building because us poor people have to live in it.
Nosotros somos gente humana. Necesitamos el elevado para subir y bajar.
We're humans. We need the elevator to go up and down.
Tenemos gente que andan en silla de rueda,
We have people who are in wheelchairs.
en muletas. Y el landlord no se le ve la cara cuando nosotros no tenemos agua caliente o el edificio está sin agua.
And the landlord doesn't show his face when we don't have hot water or when we don't have water at all.
Tiene un súper y un pora que no quieren limpiar ni el frente del edificio.
He has a super and a porter who don't even clean up in front of the building.
Pero nosotros tenemos que aguantar todo esto
But we have to put up with all of this
porque somos inquilinos.
because we're renters.
Pero nadie le importa. A mí sí me importa.
But nobody cares. I care.
Yo me ocupo por el edificio y por la comunidad.
Not only for the building, but for the community.
Somos gente humana.
We're humans.
Las ratas salen. A mi esposo lo mordieron los ratones.
Rats come out. My husband was bitten by mice.
Y todavía estoy en el caso, me tienen que continuar arreglando. Vienen cuando les da la gana.
And still, I'm still in the case, and they have to only come and do repairs when they feel like it.
Tengo el toile que están supuestos terminarlo de arreglar y ha pasado más de una semana y no aparece nadie.
I have a toilet that's supposed to have repaired, and a week has gone by, and nobody showed up.
Como nosotros en el Bronx tenemos muchos edificios de la misma condición y la gente abusando de nosotros.
How can we in the Bronx have all these buildings in the same condition and people abusing us?
¿Por qué me mandan cartas todos los días diciendo que el landlord dice que me arregló el apartamento cuando todavía ni he empezado?
Why are they sending me letters all the time saying that the landlord has fixed the apartment when he hasn't even started?
Todos los días recibo 2 y 3 cartas diciendo el landlord dice que te ha arreglado.
Every day we receive 2 or 3 letters saying that the landlord's saying that he's made repairs.
Tengo que llamar al 311 para quejarme de que yo no sé ni quién me manda las cartas. Es de la ciudad, pero no ponen de dónde porque a veces ni la dirección coincide.
I have to call 311 to find out who sent me the letters because I don't know where they're coming from. It's the city, but sometimes the addresses don't even match up.
Thank you, Evelyn. Gracias, Evelyn.
Ok, muchas gracias por oírme.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Next, I'll welcome up Jacqueline Altamirano Marin, Benjamin Norte, and Habiba Al-Sindor.
Hi, Rent Board. Sorry, I'm going to figure out how to make this a little higher. Okay, I think that will work. Thank you. Yep, that's perfect. Thank you so much. Hi, folks. My name is Jacqueline Altamirano Marin, and I'm a resident in a rent-stabilized apartment in the South Bronx. And I'm here today to urge you to please freeze the rent. You can walk down any street in the Bronx and see and hear the thriving community and amazing people that make up this borough. That is why it saddens me so much when I hear my neighbors say they are leaving the Bronx because they can't afford to stay in their apartment because of rising rents. I am seeing people having to choose whether to pay rent or buy groceries or shoes for their kids or provide for tias, tios, primos, or abuelitos, or take care of the dozens of expenses associated with living in one of the most expensive cities in the world. We are also paying exorbitant rents for subpar housing. The median household income in the South Bronx is approximately $35,000. The median average rent in the Bronx spans from $26,000 to $40,000 annually. We are tired of poverty being so expensive. More than 40% of my income goes to rent. I have lived in dilapidated and grossly expensive apartments here in the Bronx. I've experienced having no running water in the middle of sweltering July day when my neighbors and I had to go down to the water hydrant to get pots of water so we would have access that day. Or wearing my winter jacket indoors and keeping the oven door open because I had no heat in November. Broken elevators causing my elderly neighbors to hike up 6 flights of stairs, mold, rats, trash heaps. It just proves that large landlords see us as passive income and their tenants as just numbers unworthy of clean water, warm apartments, and a clean, safe space to call home. We feel alone in the Bronx. We rely on each other to get by, but I want more from my city and from my government. I am tired of surviving. I want to thrive. We are drowning trying to keep afloat in what feels like the open sea. At this time, please throw off a lifeline and freeze our rent.
Thank you. Benjamin Norte. Habiba Al-Sindor. Oh, yes, go ahead. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Norte. I was born and raised here in the Bronx. I've seen many sides of the Bronx. I grew up on DeKalb and Gun Hill up in Norwood. I was one of the lucky kids to get a scholarship to go to Riverdale Country School in Riverdale. Went to the West Coast for college, and I love New York so back that I had to come back to my home borough here in the Bronx. And now I live just down the street on Sheridan Avenue, right next to Family Court. So I recently lost my job in the wave of layoffs that hit the tech and creative industries this past few months. As a 1099 worker, I got no severance. I have no health care benefits. I'm mounting bills, credit card debts, student loans, and despite paying my taxes, going to college, being civically engaged and showing up for my community here, doing everything that a good citizen is supposed to do, I've not been able to collect unemployment benefits, SNAP, EBT, anything. Right now, I'm struggling to afford everything: rent, food for myself, for my wonderful partner, for our chihuahua, for our cats and fish. Even getting a MetroCard, or I guess an OmniCard now, to go to a job interview, I can't even afford because, trains are going up. I've applied to countless jobs since, April, March, almost 1,000, I kid you not, and I've only gotten 2 job interviews, and it feels like screaming into a void when I go on LinkedIn or any of these freaking job sites. And that's why I'm here tonight, because whether it's the job search or dealing with the powers that be on the board or in office at the local, state, or federal level, I'm just done with screaming into the void. I want help. I want to make our society better. I want to work with my community all behind me to get this shit done. People have said the Bronx is one of the poorest congressional districts in this country. Working people are being squeezed from every direction because of asinine wars of aggression abroad and genocide. Food costs are going up, electricity is going up, everything costs more except our wages, and in my case, negative wages. At the same time, many New Yorkers see elected officials like Richie Torres or Vanessa Gibson, who didn't even have the decency to show up here for all of our constituents. They listen to exclusively landlords taking fat checks from big real estate, wealthy donors, while tenants are told that another rent increase is reasonable, along with increases with everything else imaginable. Many of us are also watching families face displacement and hardship here, at home, and abroad. From ICE raids that terrorize communities across the Bronx, a 70-year-old kid in my neighborhood was assaulted by ICE, even though he was a US citizen. Puerto Rican, yep, still US, And
Thank you, Ben.
Just one thing. Housing should not be a privilege reserved for those who can absorb endless increases and endless austerity, for those who literally have the power to decide who gets to live or die. I'm sincerely asking you guys to freeze the rent, roll back the rent, do whatever you can to help all of us. Everyone here, we're suffering.
Thank you, Ben. Habiba Alcindor, then Barbara Lopez, then Nedelin Helena Diaz.
My name is Habiba Alcindor, and I live in the Kingsbridge area. The landlord who owned the building in 2017 when I first moved in charged reasonable rent. Even so, it was difficult to qualify to sign the lease because I had to earn 5 times the rent. Then he sold the building to Goldmont Realty. They immediately wanted me to pay them a new security deposit. I had to search for my original lease to prove that I had already paid the deposit. Goldmont Realty raised the rent the maximum amount allowed at every opportunity, and they also demand that tenants make up the difference in their security deposit to match the current rent. They charge a $50 fee each month rent is late, and they have recently implemented a policy where they report tenants who are late with their rent to the credit bureau, ruining their tenants' credit. Adding insult to injury, the previous landlord hired a man who came a few times a week to clean the elevator, lobby, and hallways. Now no one cleans these common areas. They are almost always filthy. Every few months, someone gives the building a light mopping, which mostly just smears the dirt around. I attempted to submit a complaint about the unsanitary conditions, but the city doesn't accept input about these criteria. They only had a field where I could complain that the elevator was dirty. The elevator is dirty, but so is the whole building. That's pretty much all I had to say. Everyone else has said a lot more.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Rent Guidelines Board. My name is Nedelin Helena Diaz, and I am the co-chair of the New York City Youth Action Board, which is an advocacy group who advocates for youth who have experienced homelessness. I am also a former homeless youth. I just graduated nursing school here at Hostos Community College this month. And I'm a City FEPS voucher holder. I'm here today to support a rent freeze. I started school homeless and in a shelter. I couldn't pay my rent, not because I couldn't get my own apartment, not because I was lazy, but because I couldn't afford to pay rent on my own. Then when I finally got a City FEPS voucher in the shelter, the landlord took 1 month renovating my apartment so that he could charge me the maximum rent that my voucher covers, $2,300 for a 1-bedroom. A rent that on my own at this time, I would not be able to afford. Meanwhile, I have neighbors paying significantly less rent for larger apartments who have been there for a longer time. It felt like the value of my voucher was determined
was used to determine my rent rather than the actual value of the apartment. I did everything I was told to do. I went to school, I worked hard, I stayed focused, I graduated nursing school, and I'm now studying for my NCLEX so I could begin my career as a registered nurse. Yet, with every step forward, it feels like New York pushes people like me 2 steps back. How am I supposed to achieve the American dream? The reality is that many young people are trapped in a system where they can't afford to earn too little, and they're afraid to earn too much because you can lose your assistance that keeps us housed. If I earn too much, I risk losing my voucher, but I can't stop working because I have educational expenses, transportation costs, and other necessities that are not covered by public assistance. How are students, working families, and young adults supposed to build savings, purchase homes, or invest in their futures when rent continues to rise year after year substantially? Housing should be a stepping stone to stability, not a lifelong struggle. For many of us, a rent freeze is not about convenience, it's about survival. It's about having a fair chance to get ahead. It's not about the cost of living. It's not fair that the cost of living isn't equal to minimum wage or the average wage. How is the average person supposed to get ahead? I'm asking the board to consider people like me, young people working hard to contribute to the city, pursuing education, building careers, and trying to achieve the American dream.
Thank you, Nedeline.
Thank you.
Next, I'll welcome up Barbara Lopez, Shanae Williams, and Miriam Kurita. Okay. Barbara, Shanae, or Miriam? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll go to Emily Rodriguez, then Anna Galvez, followed by Jamie Gilliam.
Hello, everyone. My name is Miriam, and I'm a member with Youth Alliance for Housing. My family has moved all over New York City, but today I want to tell you the story about my father and my uncle. My father and my uncle immigrated together from Côte d'Ivoire in West Africa in 1987. My father lived in his car for a year and slept on couches before he was able to afford enough money to put a roof over his head. My father moved to Washington, D.C. in 2006 for a job opportunity and for a better quality of life. He lived in D.C. up until his death in 2018. My father's first ever apartment was in Harlem. This apartment was passed down to my uncle, who still lives there to this day. My uncle admitted to me recently that he wasn't able to pay his rent anymore and that he needed my help to pay it. He has poured his heart into this city as a yellow cab driver up until his retirement a year ago. I jumped at the opportunity to help him pay his rent without hesitation. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that this Harlem building has horrible living conditions. No heat in the winter, no AC in the summer, broken doors that put building tenants at risk, and to top it all off, empty security desks constantly reminding tenants of what should be there. Today, 72% of my uncle's Social Security check goes towards keeping a roof over his head. 72%. Saying that number out loud makes me sick to my stomach. My uncle is the only surviving family member from Côte d'Ivoire in the United States, my only connection left to my father. He came to this country for a better life, for more opportunities. Just recently, he told me that when he had $6,000 behind on rent, he would lie awake at night with the fear of getting evicted looming over him. He now thinks of moving back to Côte d'Ivoire to start from scratch. I do what I can to pay his rent every month, but that isn't sustainable either. I, like many other New Yorkers, can barely afford to pay my rent. So I ask you, Rent Guidelines Board, can you imagine paying 1.5 times a New York City rent every month, all on your own while living paycheck to paycheck? Stop making New York City so unlivable, financially prohibitive, and unsustainable for its inhabitants. Roll back the rent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno,
My name is Emily Rodriguez, and I'm 24, and I'm a member leader with Youth Alliance for Housing. I currently live in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and my family is from Williamsburg, Brooklyn. I'm born and raised there. And I live in a rent-stabilized apartment owned by a nonprofit. I've watched my neighborhood change drastically over the years, and I feel angry. The rent is too damn high, and it's been too damn high for a while. The Rent Guidelines Board has the power to stop the cultural genocide that started decades ago in Williamsburg and continues on today with rent hikes, displacement, and gentrification of our neighborhood. If my family faces more rent hikes, we will be another Dominican family displaced from Williamsburg, which is all we know. It's all I've ever known. And I deserve to remain in my neighborhood, and my parents deserve to age with dignity. What is the Rent Guidelines Board doing about this? Because I've seen a whole lot of nothing. We know there is a dire affordability crisis in this city. The rent is already too high. A rent freeze can stop further harm, but in order to address and heal the harm that has already been caused, that people are currently experiencing every day, we need a rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go, yeah. Okay. Hello, my name is Jamie Gilliam, and I'm a member of the Youth Alliance for Housing. I'm here today because I'm a Staten Island tenant, and the same way the city government neglects to pass tenant protections that actually apply to Staten Island tenants rather than just on paper, the RGB has neglected to hold a hearing in our home. Even though the data shows that we filed nearly 10,000 HPD complaints last year, and that nearly 60% of Staten Island tenants are rent burdened. Though I live in Staten Island, I attend Lehman College here, which is why I chose to come here today with my organization. Let's go, Lehman. My family has lived in our current home for 10 years, 10 months, and 1 week. I know this because we moved in on my 9th birthday. If our rent was raised, we have no doubt that we would have to leave not only the home I have spent more than half my life in, but New York City as a whole. And we don't know anybody in the rest of the states, so New York entirely. I can no longer afford to go to Lehman with an out-of-state tuition. I'm set up to start my social work major in the fall, but I would have to drop out and apply to a new school and a new state for the spring semester. Each month, my family already gives the vast majority of our money to rent, especially as our rent was raised by hundreds of dollars in recent years. My sister and I save as much as we can so our disabled senior mother with her fixed income and our brother with his surgical bills and a pregnant partner do not have to. Meanwhile, we continue to, on numerous occasions, be made to pay out of pocket to replace entire appliances that came with the units. So where exactly is our rent actually going? Because it's not going to my housing, and it's not even going to New York City. My landlord lives in Florida. This is why, along with the Youth Alliance for Housing, I am urging the board to vote for a rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Ana Galvez, soy líder de casa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ana Galvez, and I am a casa leader.
Y quiero presentarme porque veo muchas caras nuevas. Yo ya tengo muchos años viniendo y me alegra. Me llena un poco de esperanza, tengo que decirlo.
And I'd like to introduce myself because I see many new faces. I've been coming for many years, and actually, I'm pretty hopeful, I have to say.
Quiero comenzar diciéndoles
I'd
que
like to
acabo de
begin by
recibir
saying-
un email que me llenó de sorpresa.
I'd like to begin by saying that I received an email that surprised me a lot.
De la escuela de mi hija diciéndome que van a dar una plática de cómo controlar el moho en casa.
From my daughter's school telling us that they're going to give some sort of workshop to help us talk with children at home.
Saben, yo voy a ir para decirles que el moho se controla si mi landlord reparara mis paredes.
And you know what? I am actually going to attend this workshop to tell them that I think she would control herself a little bit better if the landlord actually made good on his repairs.
Al ser un edificio nuevo, necesita paredes nuevas.
Because of course, due to all the mold in the apartment, we need those new walls.
Así que con mucho gusto voy a ir a esa plática.
So I will definitely attend that.
Y estamos aquí porque estamos luchando por un congelamiento de alquiler.
And we're here again because we're fighting for a rent freeze.
Habemos muchas personas que ya no podemos seguir pagando un aumento.
There's so many of us here that can no longer continue to pay this rent increase.
Yo soy madre soltera y tengo 10 años viviendo en el mismo lugar.
I'm a single mother and I've been living in the same place for 10 years now.
¿Saben? Yo tuve hasta 3 trabajos al mismo tiempo.
Let me tell you, I had as many as 3 jobs at the same time.
Y es verdad, pude pagar mi alquiler por un tiempo.
And it is true, I was able to make good on my rent for some
Y
time.
gané algo.
And I made some money.
Que mi hija no me reconociera cuando tenía 3 años y prefiriera estar con una persona que la cuidaba.
And I also won something else. The fact that my daughter, when she was 3, wasn't even able to recognize me because she spent more time with a babysitter than with me,
Y no con su madre.
and not with her mother.
Al ella empezar a crecer y darse cuenta de los problemas que teníamos,
When she finally grew up a bit and started getting older and realized all of the issues we were facing,
cuando ella tenía 8 años, empezó a hacer pulseras para venderlas en su escuela.
when she was around 8 years old, she started making bracelets so that she could sell them at school and we could make some money off of that.
Ahora ella tiene 14.
Now she's 14,
Y adivinen qué,
and guess what?
le dieron el permiso de trabajo.
She was given the work permit,
Y ella llegó muy feliz diciéndome
and she was so happy. She showed
que
up at
por fin
home,
iba a poder trabajar
stating that she could finally work
para ayudarme a pagar la renta.
to help me pay the rent.
No es justo que una niña de 14 años se esté preocupando por el alquiler.
It is not fair for a 14-year-old girl to have to worry about making the rent payment.
Y si ella no está aquí hoy,
And if she's not here today with me,
es porque no quiero que me vea llorar y que no llore ella.
it's because I don't want her to see me cry, and I don't
Porque
want
ya
to make her
hemos llorado
cry.
demasiado.
I think we've cried enough.
Les pido que sean conscientes.
I beg of you to be
Porque
aware of
los
this.
landlords no sufren como lo hacemos nosotros.
Because landlords don't suffer like we do.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Y espero de verdad
And I truly hope
que hagan esta vez lo correcto.
that you do the correct thing this time.
Thank you. And before we continue with the testimony, I just want to remind everyone, if you want to speak, you do need to sign up, and sign up will be until 8 o'clock. So if you haven't yet signed up, please see the staff in the lobby.
Solo para recordarles, señores, si quisieran hablar, si se han inspirado a hablar, tienen hasta las 8 de la noche para salir afuera en la mesa e inscribirse.
Thank you. All right, now I will welcome up Iris Laverne, Samantha Fernandez, and Justin Liriano.
Sorry, I'm a little emotional just listening to her because I can relate. Good evening, my name is Iris Laverne. I reside at 35 East Clark Place for over 23 years. I just want to say I'm a CASA leader myself. I'm here along with all my CASA leaders and members. I'm here this evening to tell you why it's important for us to have a rent freeze. I've been holding on to a rent-stabilized apartment by the skin of my teeth, literally. During these 2 decades, not only have I struggled to pay rent, but I have experienced, as well as my neighbors, no heat, no hot water, and mice. This is in the winter for 23 years. 23. Every holiday till this day, especially during COVID, there was no elevator service for an 8-story building, 72 long steps, okay? The 8th floor, up to the 8th floor. That's where I live. It was not until last year that after many calls to 311 and no action or delay in response from management, we at 35 East Clark Place decided to organize. Now, during my struggle, I had found myself questioning what bills, and you've heard this, I was one of them. What bills should I pay? Not only does this include the rent, but it also included the utilities. And I have to tell you, Con Ed is extremely crazy high. And I know you know this. Okay. I also had to decide if I should pay rent because I had medications to pay for, co-pays for healthcare visits for a type 1 diabetic person, which is my son, who's no longer here because he can't help me to pay rent. He had to leave, okay, because he told me, Mommy, you're not gonna struggle to pay rent and take care of me, okay? I have to say that the last rent freeze did help me tremendously. Not only was I able to pay for both medications and copay at that time, but I was able to do a decent grocery. Now, lastly, my life to you, to some of you, and maybe all of you, may be foreign. But I dare you, if anything, welcome you to walk in my shoes and tell me that you will not stand here before all of you, okay, to tell me you will not demand a rent freeze for the sake of simply surviving, as I am trying to do. Please consider, you're new members, okay, many of you, consider it. For not only for me, but for all of us here, and for many of the Bronx tenants, for many of New York City residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha Fernandez, Justin Liriano, and then Eustace Adenku.
Good evening. My name is Samantha, and I'm an organizer with Youth Alliance for Housing. I was born and raised in Central Queens. I've lived at the Caroline Gardens Co-op for 21 years. Many of our families are old, disabled, and chronically ill. We are multi-generational. We have raised our families here. People have passed away here. When I was a child, a fire in 2011 displaced half our tenants, and the following years enabled financial mismanagement resulting in foreclosure. Since 2012, we've had 366 HPD violations and 244 complaints. A few years ago, a new management company came, and they actually have many buildings in the Bronx, and they are based in Larchmont, Westchester. We were very hopeful that maybe we would be able to make installments to make our building better and to figure this out. We have 96 units, and they filed 49 evictions. Apartments were foreclosed, evicted, and put to auction and bought for as low as around $35,000. In this economy, when $35,000 is roughly a year's worth of rent, how can we afford to lose our homes in an auction when we can be bought out by people who have this cash on hand, when we can be bought out by management companies? Since this new management company, and in the last year, we still have 118 violations and have had hundreds for the past few years. And in the middle of living like this, they chose to evict us. We are rent burdened, and we are paying more than 1/3 of our income on rent and maintenance. My parents are fixed income, and they are doing all that we can to stay housed. This is a record year for people's burdened rent. I love my community, I love Queens, and I love my city. My neighbors and I will not be displaced. The generations of families who weave our cultural fabric are being priced out. We do not deserve to be evicted. And at the end of the day, we are surviving in the middle of an affordability crisis and an eviction crisis across the city. People did not bounce back after COVID. People did not bounce back after Eric Adams' rent increases, after this entire year, given the national scale of things. The people who built this city, who are still here, cannot afford a rent increase. I'm asking the board, who do you want to live in this city? Who do you think has been moving into the city and living in the city? Who do you think is displacing us? Did you just hear the tenant who said that their 14-year-old is excited to work because they're paying rent? How many of your children are working to pay rent? How many of your children commit to the household bills? Because our children deserve to stay in school. Our children deserve to live in our city. They should not be worried about paying the fucking rent. Are you kidding me? Roll back the rent now. Roll back the rent now.
Justin Liriano.
Good evening. My name is Justin Liriano, and I am a member of the Youth Alliance for Housing. I'm a born and raised New Yorker, having lived throughout Uptown Manhattan and the Bronx for most of my life. Currently, I live in a rent-stabilized apartment with my grandmother in West Harlem. My grandmother, as well as our neighbor in the apartment right next to us, have continued to deal with dangerous, collapsing ceilings. This happening in spite of repeated warnings and notice given to our landlord, met with silence, only until the damage had already come to pass. Constant fluctuations in our heating security, water coming in and out with little to no notice, an experience all too familiar to my grandmother, who's raised entire generations in that apartment, nearly 40 years worth. Her experience is that of many New Yorkers, begrudging acceptance of this being the way things just are. Failure to uphold adequate support for repairs, all while their rents continue to rise as renters are forced to bear the brunt of repair cost. However, that is not a reality that needs to remain the same. It is a reality that our current administration must not only address, but seek to correct. The Adams administration brought upon a 12% increase during their 4-year tenure. It is not enough to demand a rent freeze. We must demand more. New Yorkers are already struggling to stay in their homes, with each hike we have faced, our conditions have only decreased. This is why we must fight for a rent rollback. This city has long since become too expensive for the many New Yorkers living within rent-stabilized apartments. A freeze only pauses the problem that has continued to get worse over time. We have the power to demand more, to hold you, the Rent Guidelines Board, accountable to the nearly 2.5 million people living in rent-stabilized apartments. This is why I organized with the Youth Alliance for Housing, because I want to stay in the city I love. The rent is too damn high, and we need a rent rollback, and we need it now. We must protect people, not bricks. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, I will welcome Eustace Adenkwu, then Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson, and then Mira Gupta.
Hi, my name is Eustace Adenkwu. I'm also a member of Youth Housing Alliance. I live in the Butler houses of the Bronx with my parents, siblings, and grandmother. I've been living there for 14 years, which is my entire life, and trust me, if you were in my shoes, I doubt you wouldn't stay here. I hate knowing my parents are gonna have to pay rent. For example, when me and my parents, as well as my siblings, had to shower and bath, when we want hot water, there's always gonna be cold water. I constantly struggle with this situation, and also, heat is barely provided in the winter. We always be freezing our butts off, and I'm always sick of it. We need this rent to go down, and honestly, it's already too much for us to handle. I hope you all understand the fact that this is unfair and also unacceptable for people who have been living there their whole life and can only hope for better. That means for everyone and those who struggle and have the same problems as me. We more than a freeze, we deserve a rent rollback. And this is why I organized with the Youth Alliance for Housing, because me, my family, all New Yorkers deserve to live in the city we love without continuing to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Eustace. Now we'll welcome Borough President Vanessa L. Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the Rent Guidelines Board and all the residents and tenants that represent our borough. I am thankful to be here and do apologize for the delay. There's a lot going on tonight and certainly in the Bronx. But to our chair, Chantella Mitchell, and the members of RGB, thank you for convening once again in the Bronx, making sure that Bronx tenants and landlords and owners have an opportunity to testify here in the South Bronx. We've all said this very collectively, that access to safe and affordable and quality housing is a fundamental right, and the rent stabilization system is one of the cornerstones of affordable housing in this city. It is proven to be a lifeline for all the renters you see here, low income, fixed income, and middle income families. We must make sure that they remain in their homes and we protect our neighborhoods. Over the past several years, we have faced enormous challenges in the area of housing here in the Bronx and the city. Since COVID-19, we've seen nearly 18,000 residential evictions in the Bronx alone. That ain't right. And I am one of the prime sponsors of the historic Universal Right to Counsel legislation. And so I know the devastation that families have felt and what they experience when they visit housing court. That's why I've been a part of reforms to housing court. I've been a part of education and outreach with all the advocacy groups here in the Bronx. And unfortunately, we've seen a rise in evictions in Bronx housing court. In addition, I think many know that we've faced an enormous amount of residential fires in the Bronx, and many of our families have been displaced. A lot of the fires are attributed to electrical because we have an aging system in the Bronx, and it's not the tenants' fault. We have to do more to show up as a government, and we've seen far too much neglect by some of our landlords as well as government neglect. Government has to hold itself accountable too, and I say that as a government official. So tonight, the members of RGB have heard from the Bronx residents. I have a longer testimony that I will share with you, but I will just say I understand that the cost of housing is rising. We know that many tenants in the Bronx now are overburdened. They spend more than 30% of their income towards rent, and that ain't right. So any addition to that is going to further their burden and the financial challenges that they're facing. But I do want to make a very important recognition of small landlords, because we represent them in the Bronx. Many of them are landlords of color, and they are struggling as well with the rising costs. And so I think what lies before you is a question of affordability. Affordability in this city, when it means standing up for renters and making sure that this city remains affordable. This is not easy. The tenants that you see here are renters that deserve to stay in their homes. We do not want displacement, and we do not want our neighborhoods to change. But what we want to do is create the affordability that we know New York families deserve. And that is what this administration is talking about, but it really is a balance. The proposal that you have before you this evening recognizes that there is a balance. We want to support the small landlords, but we have to support renters. We have more renters in this city and more tenants that are living below the federal poverty line. And so my ask to all of you is to listen to these stories, the testimonies and the terror that many families have endured. Displacement, fires, evictions. This is everyday life for many New York families right here in the Bronx. And I'm certain that you understand that. And so my job as borough president is to represent everyone. And I try to do that as the borough president, but I also know that the voices of renters is not often at the top of this conversation. These are the renters that pay the rent every month, that deserve the services, that deserve to make sure the lights stay on, the garbage is picked up, the elevator works. They don't live in substandard housing as they raise their families. The generations of families that we represent in the Bronx deserve to stay. And I appreciate that residents and tenants have shown up from Casa Bronx, from our Bronx, from advocacy groups, because what we are doing is we are trying to empower tenants to know what their rights are. We're trying to ensure that they are living in quality. Quality is a word that we strive for every single day. We cannot live in a city that grows unaffordable that we have helped to build. The immigrants, the unions that have built this city, we deserve to live here. And as I make decisions, I will always keep them in mind, but ask that you really consider all sides of this conversation and make sure that we can keep our city affordable as much as we can. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you, Borough President Gibson. Next, I will welcome up Meera Gupta, Ann Malton.
How's everyone feeling? Are we still awake? Are we still awake? Are we still alive? Okay, great. Hello, my name is Meera. I'm 24 years old, and I'm a member leader of the Youth Alliance for Housing. I'm a lifelong resident of Harlem, and me and my family have withstood the rapid gentrification of my neighborhood. And so I'm here in solidarity with Bronx residents and my fellow tenant organizers to call for a rent rollback. My neighborhood was once filled with block parties, and all the local aunties and uncles would be sitting on the sidewalk with their lawn chairs, playing their music the moment the sun came out. As I got older, the block parties have stopped and the streets feel far more empty and quiet. The local African and Caribbean small businesses have been replaced with overpriced coffee shops. Boom. Growing up, I saw more and more rent-stabilized housing throughout Harlem be deregulated and push out a lot of my black and brown neighbors. Many of the folks I've grown up around have since been displaced. The only reason I have been able to stay in my community, the community I love so much, the neighborhood I grew up in, is because I still live with my family. If faced with a rent increase and therefore increased gentrification, more and more of my neighbors would get displaced. I already cannot afford to live in my own neighborhood on my own, and this would solidify the possibility of that. New Yorkers are in crisis. We already cannot afford to stay in our communities. I want to stay in my home and grow old with my neighbors. I want safe, accessible, and permanently affordable housing for everyone. This future is possible, and a rent freeze can stop further harm, but like my comrade Emily said, in order to address and heal the harm that has already been caused, that people are currently experiencing every day, we need a rent rollback, period.
Thank you. Ann Malton, and then we'll hear from Andre Walters and Ray T.
That would be Ann Mayton.
Thank you.
And just give me 1 second. I just tried to get something to eat. I'm just trying to swallow it down.
Yes, take your time. Yes, I'll make that announcement while Ann gets ready. Registration closed at 8, and you did need to be registered to speak.
La registración terminó a las 8, se supone que ya se hayan registrado para las 8 de la noche.
All right, first I want to say good evening to everyone. Thank you all for coming out. My name is Ann, and I am a tenant living in a rent-stabilized apartment in the Bronx. I've lived there for the better part of 41 years. I raised my daughter there. After working for 30-plus years and paying taxes, I now live alone on a modest fixed income. Like many New Yorkers, I'm struggling with the rising cost of living. Food, utilities, transportation, and other necessities continue to become more expensive while my income remains the same. Rent is no exception.
Over the past 4 years, rent-stabilized tenants have faced repeated rent increases. We were told these hikes were needed to help building owners maintain their properties. Yet in my building, tenants have not seen repairs, maintenance, nor improvements. We were promised that we were promised. Instead, conditions have worsened as rents have risen. No heat in the winter, leaky roofs, broken windows, mold, rodents, just to name a few. Did you forget that children live in these apartments too? Landlords claim that another increase is necessary because older buildings are costly to maintain. Landlords claim that a rent freeze will further hurt their pockets. But many aging buildings across New York City remain safe and well cared for. The problem is not the age of the building, it is the failure of some landlords to maintain them properly. Some continue expanding their portfolio while neglecting existing properties and profiting from higher rents, neglecting the properties that generate that profit. They profit when we suffer. Excuse me. Others mismanage their finances, and tenants are left to bear the cost. Previous rent increases have brought little to no relief to many tenants. Why should we be asked to pay more when the same problems remain unresolved? We will not be intimidated by landlords who choose profit over humans. For tenants like me, another rent increase is not a minor inconvenience. It threatens my ability to remain in my home and in my community. After 40 years in my apartment, I should not have to worry about being priced out the neighborhood where I have built my life. The truth is, we are suffering. People of color are disproportionately becoming homeless, forced to move out. I urge the Rent Guidelines Board, I'm almost finished. I urge the Rent Guidelines Board to recognize the reality tenants face every day. We cannot absorb another rent increase. I'm calling for a full rent freeze on both 1- and 2-year leases, not next year, not someday, but now. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, and I hope your full attention and consideration.
Thank you.
Good night.
Next, I'll welcome Andre Walters, Ray T., and Wadia Perkins.
No justice? No justice? What do we want? What do we need? What do we need? What do we need? Thank you, thank you. I would like to first thank the board for arriving on this evening and sitting in and listening to our testimonies, as it is very important that you all here to listen to what the constituents and the tenants of New York City have to say. I would like to also thank the elected officials who had came out in support of the constituents and the tenants of New York City. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. I would also like to start off by saying my name is Andre Walters, the former youth director of the National Action Network, in which I am now a contributing member and leader of the National Action Network Youth Huddle and Young Adult Conference. I'm also the former director of constituent affairs for 2 former city council members as well as a former senator. I'm also the great-great-great-grandson of a former rental property owner dating back all the way to the 1920s right here in New York City. So I come before you standing on behalf of our communities. I come before you standing on behalf of our communities because for far too long, the rents have been increasing, all the while the rental properties that many tenants live in fall in disrepair, and many rental property owners fail and neglect to make the repairs properly, forcing tenants to live in slum-like conditions. Yes, I understand the cost it takes to own and operate a rental property, but for decades, rental property owners have been profiting off of tenants as well as government rent subsidies without maintaining their end of the lease agreement to maintain the warranty of habitability laws, which mandates them to keep the rental properties safe and in habitable conditions, in which far too many aren't. Continuing to raise the rent guidelines is an assault on tenants and rewards bad rental property owners for the neglect, so please freeze the rent. And I would just like to leave with one example. Yishiel Weinberger took over the rental property in which my family has resided in for well over 50 years from John Sheen Jr. and Congo Equities, dated back in 2016. The building started going into disrepair once John Sheen Jr.'s son, John Jr. took over the building, and when Yishiel Weinberger took over the building, again, it went into disrepair rapidly. I was very encouraged when Mr. Weinberger first came to the apartment and said that he was the new rental property owner, as he had promised to make improvements and make proper repairs. And in fact, he did absolutely none of those things. Instead, I had to go to court multiple times for 10, almost 15 years. I've been in court between Congo Equities as well as Kingsthorne LLC, trying to get them to make repairs. Now, these rental property owners feel that they don't have the need to comply with warranty habitability laws, HPD, Department of Buildings, nor FDNY. They also feel that they don't have to comply with court orders, whether it be interim court orders or orders to correct. And Yishiel Weinberger is one of them. And so again, I ask that you not increase the rent, but to freeze the rent, because again, allowing them to increase the rent is rewarding bad behavior to those rental property owners who are not standing by the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andre. And we're going to encourage everyone to stick as closely as you can to this 2 minutes, because we want to get through everyone. Thank you all so much. I will welcome up Ray T. Wadia Perkins and Shadia Simmons Andre. Is Ray here? Okay. Yes, come on.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shatia Simmons, and I'm here not only representing BCC CUNY Cares, but Lehman as well. I'm standing here today because everyone deserves safe and affordable and dignified housing. This month, my rent increased by $1,000. The month has barely started, and this increase has already pushed me into arrears. As I stand here speaking to you, I am worried about whether my landlord is already processing the papers to take me to court. No tenant should have to live with that kind of fear simply because they cannot afford a sudden and extreme rent increase. What makes this situation even more frustrating is the conditions of my apartment. I have black mold in my bathroom, which is a serious health condition. There have been no meaningful upgrades or improvements to my apartment. The rent continues to go up, but the living conditions do not approve. I am tired of going back and forth to housing court just to get basic repairs made in my apartment. Tenants should not have to repeatedly fight for their safe and living conditions. Time after time, the issues are addressed with temporary fixes, patched up underlining problems. The issues are addressed with temporary fixes, patched up just enough to move on while the underlying problems remain. We deserve real repairs, real solutions, and homes that are properly maintained the first time. My landlord, Parkash, have received fundings, which we know publicly there are public fundings for our landlords. The fundings that connected to these programs, yet tenants are still being asked to pay more while living with unresolved maintenances and issues. If public funding and assistance are being provided, then tenants deserve accountability, transparency, and housing that is safe and properly maintained. This should be one of the happiest times of my life. Yesterday was my 44th birthday, okay? And I recently graduated with my associate's degree last week. I worked hard and I made sacrifices and I pushed through challenges to achieve that milestone. But instead of celebrating my accomplishments and looking forward to the future, I am worried about whether or not I'm able to keep up with my rent and maintain in my home.
Thank you, Shadia. Thank you, and happy birthday.
Thank you. People who work hard, pursue an education, raises family, and contributes to their communities should not have to live in fear of losing their housing. We deserve homes that are safe, we deserve rents that are affordable, and we deserve landlords who invest in their properties and respect the people who live in them.
Thank you, Shadia.
Today, I am standing not only for myself. I'm over? Okay,
Yes. Thank you for your testimony. Is Wadia here, Wadia Perkins or Ray T? Okay, we will go to Mercedes Escoto, Madeline Mendez, and after that, we will have Valentin Lopez.
Well, good evening, everyone. My name is Mercedes Escoto. I'm a city retiree. I retired 6 years ago, social worker. When I retired, I was thinking that I was going to have a beautiful retirement time. But what happened? It became a nightmare. I couldn't afford my rent. I was no longer working. I was in a lack in income. And then I started having the worst problems ever in my apartment. I couldn't fix my apartment anymore. My lease said that my apartment was gonna be evaluated every 3 years for repairs. That never happened. I used to pay it out of pocket myself. But then when I couldn't afford it, once I retired, I called the landlord and I told him, listen, I have an invasion of rats, roaches, bed bugs. Never pay attention to me. I had a request, apply for a credit card so I could make those payments. Because I had my mother, which I was also taking care of her. 24 hours home care my mother had. My mother passed last year. I couldn't afford to take care of her. I was no longer receiving the same income that I had before. So that literally traumatized me. And then after that, we stopped paying the rent. I couldn't afford it. So landlord took us to court. But we created a tenant association. The tenant association, we all together decided to take the landlord to court. Bronx Legal Services helped us. But we won the case. We got $500,000. So, but anyway, once we got the money, I was so happy because I was thinking with the money, I'm gonna get new windows because none of the windows in my apartment worked. In the summer, I cannot open them. In the winter, I cannot close them. In the winter, I have to buy a space heater. And in the summer, I have to spend a lot of money in an air conditioning. So I have a lot of health issues. I cannot afford the cost of living. If I go to my doctor, I have to pay the copayment. It's either deciding whether I have to pay for my copayment or my medicine or my doctor visit, or pay con Edison or pay the rent. So it have taken such a toll on my health. I suffer in 2021. I suffer what do you call it? A stroke. I wasn't able to go back to work because of that. My memory was not well. I had mobility issues as well.
Thank you, Mercedes.
But I beg you, RGB, please don't raise the rent. If that happens, I would probably end up in a shelter or out in the streets. And I really don't deserve that. I worked for the city for 30 years. I
Thank
really
you.
don't deserve that kind of situation now that I'm retired.
Thank you for your testimony. Madeline Mendez.
Hello, my name is Madeline Mendez. I live at 1185 Grand Concourse, up the block. But I'm here to speak on behalf of everybody in my community, who mostly are elderly and are disabled and on a fixed income. I am also on a fixed income. My light bill is $223, which I'm paying off another light bill. Not only that, rent stabled, and when you raise the rent, you raise HUD to pay our rent. It becomes difficult for all of us. Toilet paper's like $16, $18. Come on, like, it's a lot of stuff that we have to pay. The food pantry is like 2 blocks. People can't afford to buy food. Food is so high now. The tariffs keep going up, and it's crazy what the president say. What he said is crazy. People who are homeless and don't seek for help are going to jail. That is crazy. You heard a lot of people are struggling. They're trying to stay off the street, become homeless. My landlord is an ass bucket because I've been living in my apartment for years and I'm scared to get beat up by tenants because he's not fixing stuff because water's always going down and everybody's knocking on my door like it's my fault. I have to worry for me not going to jail for protecting myself because my landlord don't fix the things he's supposed to correctly because he hires people that don't know how to fix because he wants to not pay it out of his pocket. I have to watch over my life because one day I told him, you telling tenants to petition me out because you don't want to fix something correctly? I've been dealing with this for years. This is why I take it to court constantly. And then
Thank you,
it's
Madeline.
been 2 years that y'all keep raising the rent up. We want a rent freeze.
Thank you, Madeline. Is Valentin Lopez here? Okay. Carmen Guadalupe?
Can we do a quick check of interpretation because it's cutting in and out? Yeah, you're on E, right? Can you put on E? Yeah.
Just 1 second.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Carmen. Are we all good with the interpretation? Okay. Thank you, Carmen.
Sure. Interpretation is not for me.
No, yes, they're doing
Okay.
the continuous.
Okay.
Just checking the earpieces.
Oh, and I think Valentin is here. I'm going to check outside.
Okay, I'll put her to the side. Thank you. When you're ready, Carmen.
Thank you. Members of the board, You've already heard so many things already. I only have one, maybe a couple of things that I have to ask. This is the first time that I come to one of these. And listening to my community, this is a new panel. So my question to the new panel would be, if you've heard all our grievances, how are you going to be able to support us? Because you're supposed to be there not only for the landlord, but also for the tenants. And landlords, from what I'm hearing, have been getting raises for the past, within the administration, the Adams administration, 4 years consecutively. He was awarded, or the landlords were awarded, raises on our rents. So would you not think that it would be considerate and fair that after 4 years of them getting consecutive raises to the money that they're getting, that we as tenants deserve some kind of relief, some kind of balance, where you hear the atrocities that are going on in these apartments, but the landlords are still getting money. And all they have to say is, well, I don't have enough money to cover the repairs. Meanwhile, tenants are telling you a slew of repairs that are needed in their apartments, but they're still getting money. We get nothing. Would it not be fair then to say, listen, hold the landlords accountable. We've given you money for 4 years in a row. What have you done with it? Show me what we've been giving you money for. You're asking the tenants to show that they have to pay the rent to stay in the apartment. Show me as the board, what are you doing with the money that we're allowing you to get from these tenants? It's a very simple thing. If I'm allowing you to get money, you have to put back at least something into these apartments, because it's not fair to the tenants that we keep giving out money, and we get nothing in return, and have to deal with courts getting evicted because the landlords are not doing their due diligence for us. And it's only fair that if they're getting from us so much, that they can at least give us a little bit to keep us within our apartments in a safe and clean manner. And obviously that's not happening because we're doing this year after year after year. They get everything, we get nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Ernestina Vasquez, Jervine Samuel, and Geronimo Jourdain. Are Ernestina or Jervine here? And are we ready for a translation for Ernestina? Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Buenas noches. Me llamo Ernestina.
Good evening. My name is Ernestina.
Vivo en la 2260 University Avenue.
I live at 2260 University Avenue.
Durante 12 años.
I've lived there for 12 years.
Nunca hemos visto, una sola vez me hicieron reparaciones.
I've never seen a single time when they've done repairs.
Estoy aquí para exigir a que congele la renta.
I'm here to demand that the rent be freezed.
Porque ya no lo podemos pagar.
Because we can't pay.
Los dueños se llenan los bolsillos
The landlords fill their pockets
de dinero.
with money.
Y nosotros, el pueblo, somos los que sufrimos.
And we, the people, are the ones who suffer.
Y nuestros hijos sufren con nosotros también. Nosotros queremos que nos congele la renta. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? ¿Qué es lo que queremos? ¿Qué queremos?
And our children suffer with us too. What we want is for the rent to be frozen. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want?
Así es que no podemos pagar la renta.
It's that we can't pay the rent.
No tenemos trabajo.
We don't have work.
Donde quiera que yo me meto me piden la social.
Wherever I go, they
Y
ask
no
me for my
tengo.
social.
No lo tengo.
I don't have it.
No puedo trabajar.
I can't work.
Tengo 3 niños
I have 3
en el
children
departamento.
in the apartment.
Y hemos sufrido, hemos pasado tanta cosa que ni el landro sabe cómo hemos vivido.
And we've suffered, we've gone through so many things that not even the landlord knows how we've lived.
No se imagina ustedes lo que hemos sufrido año tras año,
You can't imagine how we've suffered year after year,
día tras día con nuestra familia.
day after day with our family.
Y lo peor que los dueños suben la renta hasta donde ellos quieren.
And the worst of it is that the owners raise the rent as far as they want to.
Queremos que nos congelen la renta porque el pueblo sufre.
We want the rent to be frozen because the people suffer.
Estamos aquí para que se congele esa renta. Estamos casi fuera de nuestro departamento. Hay muchos desalojos.
We're here so that rent will be frozen. We're almost out of our apartments. There's a lot of evictions.
Todas mis vecinas me dicen que están desalojados.
All of my neighbors tell me that they're getting evicted.
Y yo siempre les digo, tenemos que luchar juntos para que podamos.
And I always tell them that we have to fight together so that we'll be able to.
Porque esta guerra no es de una, es de todo el pueblo, de casa, casa.
Because this war is not just one person, it's the whole people. It's casa.
Entonces nosotros no podemos pagar esa renta que debemos y no la vamos a pagar porque no hay reparaciones.
So we can't pay that rent that we owe, and we're not gonna pay it because there's no repairs being done.
Nosotros vamos a luchar, nosotros somos unas guerreras y vamos a luchar lo último que se congele esa renta. ¡Casa! ¡Casa! Gracias.
We're gonna struggle, we're warriors, and we're gonna fight until that rent gets frozen. Casa, casa, casa.
Thank you. Jervine Samuel, or Geronimo Jourdain.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jervine Samuel, and I live in a rent-stabilized apartment. And I've been living in my apartment for over 20 years. And the landlord doesn't make any repairs. We freeze in the winter. We have no heat. A lot of times the elevators go down. We have rats and roaches. Since I've been in the building just constantly keeps going down. There's no uplifting of the building. Why should he get a rent increase? He owns a lot of buildings. He's not a small landlord. They keep talking about small landlord. How about these rich landlords that own buildings all over? They get increases every year. We need a rent freeze on 1 and 2 leases. And I'm with Casa. Casa Power. Casa Power. And I believe that we should not have to pay these extra rates because of the way these landlords do us. They don't care about us. They don't care how we live. They go home to their cushion homes. I'm not only speaking for me, I'm speaking for all the tenants in my building. There's a lot of tenants in my building that they're going through the same thing as me. They're not getting repairs, And when they do repairs, they scrape the stuff, paint over it, and the same conditions come right back. Right now, I'm living with mold, rats, roaches, leaks in my apartment, holes in the wall. They're not doing anything. Why should he get a rent increase? He got buildings all over. When they get an increase, they do not improve our lives. Our lives are not improved.
Thank you, Jervin.
All right.
Thank you. Is Geronimo here?
Buenas noches.
Good evening,
Miembros de la Junta.
the members of the board.
Año tras año,
Year after year,
le damos un premio a los propietarios de los edificios.
we give the owners of the buildings a prize.
Yeah. Y creemos que realmente algunos propietarios se lo merecerán, pero hay otros que no.
And we think that really there's some landlords who might deserve it, but others not.
Porque yo he oído muchas quejas ya de los propietarios que no reparan, que no dan servicio de agua caliente, que no hacen esto, que no hacen que sus obligaciones.
Because I've heard a lot of complaints about the landlords that they don't make repairs, that they don't give hot water, that they don't do all of those things which are their obligation.
Pero sí se le da un premio año tras año, tanto a los que cumplen con sus obligaciones como a los que no cumplen con sus obligaciones.
But yes, they get a prize year after year, just as much those who comply with their responsibility as those who don't.
Pero que yo creo que realmente es injusto que a los que no cumplen con sus obligaciones se le dé ese premio año tras año.
But I really don't think that it's just that those who year after year don't live up to the responsibilities get that prize again and again.
Otra cosa es que se dice que hay 2 millones de apartamentos de renta estabilizada.
Another thing is that it's being said that there's 2 million rent stabilized apartments.
Pero resulta que eso que se llama renta estabilizada, el nombre como que no cumple de acuerdo a la práctica, porque estabilizado es lo que no se mueve, lo que no sube ni baja, que está frisado.
But really, that rent stabilization doesn't really happen in practice because stabilization is something that doesn't move, something that's frozen, something that doesn't go up every year.
Y todos los años, los supuestos renta estabilizada hay que aumentarlo. ¿Por qué? No está estabilizado. Debe estar, no supuesto a subir la renta.
And every year the supposedly stabilized rent goes up. But why? Isn't it stabilized? If it's stabilized, you're not supposed to raise the rent.
O sea que se da renta estabilizada cuando se frise la renta.
It'll be stabilized rent when the rent gets frozen.
Eso es lo que yo creo, no sé, yo estaré equivocado, pero eso es lo que mi mente me dice.
That's what I think. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but that's what my mind tells me.
Sí. Otra cosa es, el Departamento de Edificios de Nueva York hace tiempo recomendó o hizo por ley que los edificios que tuvieran más de 5 plantas tuvieran que tener elevador.
Another thing is the Department of Buildings of the City of New York many years ago made a law that buildings that are more than 5 stories high have to have an elevator.
Pero ellos no cumplen que con ese requisito. Se han negado rotundamente los propietarios a ponerle ascensores o elevadores a los edificios que tienen más de 5 plantas.
But they don't comply with those requirements. They've refused in recent years the landlords to have elevators in buildings that have more than 5 stories.
Y otra cosa es que muchos de los propietarios comienzan a dar calefacción y agua caliente. Bueno, agua caliente es todos los años, pero el año entero, pero la calefacción. En octubre no, hay que llamar a 311 para ver si la dan, comienzan en octubre, porque muchos se hacen los bobos y comienzan en noviembre.
And the other thing is that a lot of landlords start to give you hot water or heat. Well, hot water is the whole year, but instead of in October, you have to start to call 311 to get heat because they act like they don't know what's going on and they don't start to give you heat until November.
Gracias, Geronimo.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Geronimo.
Muchas gracias.
Next, we will welcome Octavia Solano, Gabriel Benscome, and Nilda Pina.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Octavia Solano, soy líder de casa y esta es mi segunda vez que estoy aquí. Me había gustado haber estado más tiempo en casa para haber tenido más conocimiento de ustedes.
Good evening, my name is Octavia. I'm a member of CASA, and this is my first time being here. Second time being here. I would have liked to have been here more time with you.
La razón el por qué más me gustaría es porque cada día los años que tengo aquí, que son como 50 y pico, me ha dado más problemas, a pesar de que no soy muy práctica con el idioma inglés, pero sí me ha dado la lucha de haber trabajado 40 años, haber sufrido por 3 operaciones de cáncer, como les dije anteriormente. Ahora tuve una operación de los tendones de mi pierna. Y Milando, aún así, ni siquiera se condolió. No nos daba calefacción en el invierno. Tampoco.
The reason that I would have liked to have had more time here is that in the 50-something years that I've been here, I've had trouble with the English language, but I've worked for 40 years. I've suffered through 3 operations for cancer, as I said before, and my landlord doesn't even sympathize.
Y ahora estoy pasando que lo último que me hicieron, que pagué la renta que supuestamente debía, estoy pagándole el préstamo que cogí y aparte de eso, tuve unas infracciones que ellos tomaron en mi apartamento, que hubo un liqueo del gas y el súper abrió, yo llamé al 911 para que me chequearan el monóxido del carbono y los bomberos dijeron que estaba mucho el contenido de monóxido del carbono. Y me cerraron el gas y el súper a los 3 días apareció y me abrió el gas. Estuve al punto de perder mi vida y el Lando todavía no ha hecho nada, ni tampoco me ha reparado. Entonces yo digo...
I was also being sued for money that I supposedly owed them. I didn't have heat, and then on top of that, the super came in and said that there was an odor of gas, and then the fire department came, they said there was carbon monoxide, and then they turned off the gas.
Estoy sufriendo, me encontraron un pequeño soplo en el corazón. Yo no sé si es debido a tantas las opresiones que estoy sufriendo o la inconveniencia o fue las filtraciones. Mañana tengo una cita con el cardiólogo porque me van a determinar si me van a poner una máquina.
And now I'm having heart problems, and I don't know if it's because of the conditions that I've been going through. Tomorrow I have an appointment with the cardiologist, and I don't know if they're going to give me a pacemaker.
Y todo eso a consecuencia de porque yo soy pobre, porque quizás ya cuando él rentó hace 12 años ese apartamento, yo estaba elegible para que tanto sección 8 me pagara una parte como yo pagara la mía. Ahora ya yo no soy útil.
All of that because I'm poor, because maybe 20 years ago when I rented the apartment, I was eligible, and Section 8 paid a part of it, but now that I'm not useful to him.
Y yo creo que he tenido que tomar mi propia decisión de, lamentablemente, Yo fui la semana pasada a sesión 8 y pedí un transfer porque yo no quería vivir tan alta, porque aparte de eso, ustedes saben que la mayoría de los edificios de Bronx volvimos a los años 30, donde el Orlando, cuando no le conviene.
And I had unfortunately had to make a decision that I went to Section 8 and I asked for a transfer because I don't want to live so high up. And you know that a lot of the tenants who live in the Bronx, our buildings go back to the 1930s.
Le mandan a pegar fuego porque ustedes se están dando cuenta que eso, ustedes no están ciegos ni tan sordos, estamos todos conscientes de lo que está pasando. El Bronx es uno de los condados que más fuego está cogiendo. Y yo vivo
And
en
when
un
they're
piso.
not paying, then they have someone go and set fire to them because we're not blind and we're not deaf. The Bronx is one of the boroughs where there are more fires than anywhere else.
Gracias, Octavia.
Yo vivo en un piso 11 y yo le pedí a Lando que me bajara para un piso bajito porque ya en el pasado ha habido fuego. Y
I live on the 11th floor and I've asked the landlord to lower me down to a lower floor because in the past there have been
todavía
fires.
no me dio la respuesta al cual yo tengo que tomar la decisión de tenerme que mudar aún sin saber para dónde voy a conseguir un apartamento. Yo quiero que frisen la renta, porque si nosotros fuimos útiles para pagar y aún debiendo renta hacemos los préstamos, porque los programas no vienen solos. Si no hay pobres, no hay programa, porque los ricos lo hacen para el beneficio de su vivienda. Si no hay quien rente, no hay quien venda. Entonces, ¿por qué no hacen el favor de frisar la renta? Porque no solamente se van a beneficiar los pobres, sino también ustedes.
So I want to ask you to freeze the rent because
Yo espero que sea la
if we
última
were
vez que
good
yo venga
enough,
con esta situación. Porque
no se me
quizá yo no voy
mande,
a-
Octavia, no puedo así. I want you to freeze the rent because if we were good enough to pay before and now if we have a program without poor people, there's no programs, and the programs are what fill the pockets of these Bronx landlords.
Gracias,
Espero que
Octavia.
la frise la renta. Gracias a usted.
Next, we will have Gabriel Benscome, Nilda Pina, and Mario Navas.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Soy Nilda Peña y he estado viviendo en el Bronx por 24 años.
I'm Nilda Peña and I have lived in the Bronx for 24 years.
No voy a repetir todo lo que hemos escuchado aquí,
I'm not going to repeat everything that we have already heard here,
pero sí como una persona retirada,
but yes, as a person who is retired,
me hago eco de todas las personas que están en el nivel mío y nos hemos dado cuenta
I do repeat what other people that are in my situation have said, and also we realize
que realmente necesitamos que se congele la renta porque una persona sola no puede pagar la renta con ese aumento que cada año se le hace.
we truly need the rent to be frozen because a person living alone cannot pay the rent with the yearly increase that keeps occurring.
Solamente voy a repetir lo que todos mis compañeros que han estado aquí, que han pasado por aquí, han clamado.
And I'm just going to reiterate everything, just something that my fellow people here, my fellow residents here have already stated.
¿Qué es lo que necesitamos?
What do we need?
¿Qué es lo que necesitamos?
What do we need?
En casa hay.
In casa there's
A todos ustedes le queremos decir que no queremos verlo en nuestros zapatos.
So to all of you, we just want to say, we wouldn't want to see you in our shoes.
Pero los zapatos que ustedes usan son cómodos, viven en una casa cómoda y tienen un salario cómodo.
But
No
the
es problema de ustedes.
But the shoes that you use are comfortable. The homes you live in are comfortable. Your salaries are really comfortable. And there's a big difference there.
Pero no queremos volver a los tiempos del alcalde pasado,
But we don't
donde en 4 años
We don't want to go back to the times of the previous mayor, because in those 4 years,
se aumentó la renta cada año.
the rent was increased every year.
Now necesitamos
Now we need...
rent free, rent free. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll welcome Mario Navas.
Mario?
Oh, Gabriel? Yes, go ahead, Gabriel.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, all the tenants here residing in the Bronx. I am Gabriel Ben-Cosme. I'm a Lehman College graduate, class of 2026. And while I served as a peer mentor for the Cara Futuro program, who we worked collaboratively with CUNY Cares at Lehman College, I have interacted with numerous students who have countless of times cried on my shoulder, have told me heartbreaking stories, which is all under the category of housing crisis. I've met with this one student who unfortunately couldn't attend her last semester due to housing crisis. For example, based on what she told me, she lived in a studio apartment where it was very unaffordable for her, out of her reach, and she had to pay college tuition out of her own pocket because unfortunately, according to the state, she couldn't qualify due to her being paid too much, which is very absurd. And this is most of the cases that I've encountered with the students that I have interacted with. During summer of 25, when I was working for the Dominican Studies Institute, we went to a senior home to hand out surveys to the elderly people there. And one of the elderly people that I've interacted with almost broke my heart because he told me at the age of 86, where he was residing in a living room where the individual that owns the apartment wanted him to be out, but unfortunately, due to scarcity when it comes to looking for affordable apartments, he couldn't qualify. So I would like to advise you, members of the board, when it comes to students and when it comes to these elderly individuals, why would they have to perpetuate and also go through these unfortunate circumstances while also having to live the way they do? That elderly individual, I know for a fact he did not expect to live the remaining years of his life the way he is right now. The college students that I've met at Lehman College who have had these heartbreaking stories, I don't think they expected to sign themselves up to be students while also carrying that burden on their shoulder, whether or not the next couple of months, if they're still gonna have a home. So I please advise you all to please don't give it an oversight. Be very vigilant of the people of the community, because us, of diverse backgrounds, we built New York City, and we're gonna continue living in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Mario Navas?
Morning, crazy. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mario Navas. I'm a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America, a CASA leader. Power! I've lived here in the South Bronx for 15 years. Sorry, since I was 15. And I canvass my community, I organize my community, I volunteer at a community fridge, I work in a family shelter. And the thing that I heard from all my neighbors, my communities, is that we're all struggling. So last year we decided to organize and elect a mayor who, one of the main promises is to freeze the rent. And we are here because we're hoping that you can help fulfill that promise to freeze the rent. This January, one of the coldest and most brutal winters in recent memory, my heat went out, my cold water went out. I was fortunate enough to be able to afford a space heater. Despite of this, I was sick and was out of work for 1 week. Despite this, I still had to pay rent that month. Did I ever get a reimbursement for the space heater? No. Did the rent still get paid? Yes. And I was not one, many of my neighbors also experienced this as well. We, despite all this, are asked to absorb the cost of raising prices and We are always asked to absorb the cost of raising prices. However, tenants are the ones bearing the worst of it. Landlords, however, still receive those checks on time, and then when they don't receive those checks, they take us to court and threaten to evict us. This is why I ask you why it is necessary to please freeze the rent. Raising the rent will maybe the nail in the coffin, sending many of our New Yorkers and their families and communities to homelessness and displacing our communities. Please, I beg you. If landlords are struggling so much, maybe they should get a job like the rest of us, who actually work and take place in a community. Please freeze the rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'll welcome Migdalia Cortez, Magalhães Pugero, and Lo Anderson.
Don't press that button. The mandate is, my name is Migdalia Cortez. I've been living 30 years in my apartment, faithfully paying rent. When I lost my apartment, the landlord also, I was 25 years with him, he would work with me. Then the new one came, and the notices came. And then I couldn't find a lawyer. And thank God when I testified in City Hall, someone heard me. This is the mandate that they got me a lawyer, Mr. Riley, the chairman. What's the mandate today? To have compassion. We're not asking for a bag of money, for heaven's sake. A lot of these landlords, they have 21 buildings, 10 buildings, 5 buildings. They are loaded. We are suffering out here. We're asking for relief, for heaven's sake. Let's be the ones to do the right thing. The mandate is have compassion. Be your brother's keeper. You know what? All of us come from community. Would you like to be bounced around? An eviction notice in your door? I don't think any of you would like that. It's a horrible feeling. Every time the door would move, I jump up. After living 30 years in my building, like I said, I had lost my job. Please have compassion. Please do the right thing amongst the chaos, because we're living in chaos now, are we? Have compassion for these are families, young people, that instead of looking towards their future and going to high school with peace of mind, they have to worry about helping out their parents mixed with their studies. It's a lot of stress. We're just asking for relief. Ain't nobody getting rich over here. We have medical issues. And by the way, do one of you pay for something and not expect anything in return? You should be on the landlords. They are negligent. None of these people should live under mold. Mold is dangerous, in case you didn't know that. Please, do the right thing. Be the brother's keeper. Be the RGB that does the right thing. Please.
Thank you.
Sleep well when you make a good decision.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Magali Peguero.
My name is Magali Peguero.
Vengo porque yo necesito que frisen la renta.
I've come because
Estaba
I
en
need you
casa
to freeze the rent.
frizar la renta, porque nosotros vivimos en un mal estado.
We're in casa to freeze the rent because we live in bad conditions.
Yo vivo en el 1267 de Sheridan Avenue.
I live
Tengo
at
5 años viviendo en esa casa.
I've lived at 1267 Sheridan Avenue for 12 years.
Y yo pago la renta, yo pago mi renta, no es ni sección 8 ni housing. Yo pagaba mi renta muy bien en esa casa.
And I pay my rent. It's not
Pero
Section
estoy
8 or
bien.
housing. I paid my rent very well in that house.
Estoy deshabilitada.
But I'm disabled.
Me partí una pierna
I broke my leg.
y no he podido seguir pagando la renta y estoy en corte.
And I
Y
haven't been
gracias a Dios que conseguí casa para poder vivir mi vida un poco, que no tuviera mi vida así como yo la tengo.
And
No soy la misma. Yo era
I'm
una
in
mujer
court.
trabajadora, luchadora.
I'm
Y
in court for rent.
necesitamos
and-
frisar la renta porque no podemos pagar 2,000 pesos en un estudio. En un estudio vivo yo.
And I'm in
Eso
court
da
because of
pena.
the rent. And thank God that I came across casa because I
Me
can't
cayó
live
una
this
pared
way.
encima me cayó una pared. No sirve la
That
casa.
the walls are falling down on me. I'm a woman who works and I can't pay $2,000 to live in a studio.
Estudio y Orlando no me quieren frisar la renta. ¿Por qué? Si hemos luchado en este país, hemos trabajado honradamente en este país.
And that landlord doesn't want to freeze the rent. Why? If we've worked in this country, if we've
Yo
worked
estoy
hard and
en la
struggled in this
corte, en la
country,
corte.
and I'm in court,
Nunca he ido a la justicia, nunca he sido una gente honesta.
I've never been before the justice system. I'm an honest person.
Necesitamos que chequen los apartamentos de 5 pisos. No tenemos elevadores.
We need these apartments. We don't have we don't have washing machines.
Y no tenemos rampa. Necesitamos arreglo y necesitamos frisar.
We need
la renta.
repairs. We don't have elevators.
Buenas noches.
We need the
Gracias.
rent to be frozen. Good night.
Gracias. I'm going to call up a few names and just come towards the mic. Lo Anderson, Rylan Zahir, Sarah Delaney, and Socorro Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Lo Anderson. I'm the Student Engagement Coordinator for a support program for CUNY students in the Bronx. So we serve students here at Hostos Community College, at Bronx Community College, and also at Lehman College. And this is officially, though some of you are new appointees, our second date. Our first date was last year at my very first Rent Board Lines Guide hearing. I served as an intern when I was a student at John Jay College of Criminal Justice with Community Action for Safe Apartments, CASA. And so when I learned that there was an opportunity for people in our community to look at people who looked like them, who were fighting in housing court, I knew I had to make that connection. And as a person who's been dating you for over a year, I heard your call to diversify the voices that show up in this space. So we came back with our usual folks, but we also brought some students and young people in this space because we're constantly left out of the conversation in housing. I have an 8-year-old son, and I'm a tenant of a previous management company that the mayor just attacked, which is called Pinnacle Management. Before my landlord came to do any repairs in my house, which include brown water coming out of my faucet and removing the ability for me to bathe my own son in where he lives, for me to take a shower while I actually meet with students about their housing issues and help them reconcile one-shot deal applications for HRA. It's also students who live in shelter who have to wait up to 4 months before they even see the physical City FEPS housing voucher letter or paper. Have you ever had to look for housing without any proof of your rental subsidy? I can let you know that it's extremely challenging. You're asking us for look to opportunities that are not there. On New York City Housing Connect, there are currently 7 options for the Bronx, and there is only one that has AMI offering of 30% and 40%. The rest, the minimum income is $74,000. And I think that you all know, as people who study this community, that does not match our wages. And it's unacceptable to ask someone like us to come back to school, to uplift our community and our families, to then answer us with rent that continues to increase. You are asking for people to move into our neighborhoods who don't want to live with us. There is no one who is making $147,000 who wants to share a community with me and my neighbors in Hunts Point. And so we're tired of asking you to have them fundraise for the buildings that you want to maintain in the Bronx. The Bronx is where the most affordable housing projects have gone up, and none of them match the wages that our communities are making. So we ask you, please, to freeze the rent and to truly consider these hearings and to annotate the statistical information that is available, because it's unacceptable that 51.5% of CUNY students right now are reporting housing issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is Rylan here? Is Rylan here? Rylan's here? Sarah Delaney? Okay, I'm gonna call a few names. Please come close to the microphone. Socorro Rodriguez, Linda Seward, and Sarah Pasabangi. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Delaney. I'm a Hostos graduate. I'm a Lehman College graduate. I'm a CASA member and a CASA leader. I learned how to advocate here at Hostos, and I had rent issues when I came out of the shelter coming here, and Hostos helped me. So I've had a long time practicing this, and I didn't realize so near yet so far CASA and all that they do. But I've been having problems with my landlord for the last 17 years. 2007 I came in here. I started with the problems in 2009. I graduated, went to Lehman, became a nurse. Had no problems when I was working, paid my rent, worked all through COVID. No problems, paid my rent. Then I got injured at work and I was sick. So that's when my issues started. So this medium range of rent is not what's reflective of our demographic. So that's unaffordable, affordable housing. And it should not be what's happening here. My colleague, Lo, she spoke about brown water. I brought this here because this is the sediment that comes out of my kitchen, out of my bathroom. My kitchen sink is not working right now, but this is what comes out of my tub. And when you shake it, this is what is here. There's things in here that I don't even know what they are. This is the brown water that comes out of my bathroom. So this is why it ain't right. But this is what you're bathing in. This is what you're bathing your children in. This is what you're bathing your produce in. This is what you're filling your pots with to cook and or drink, when you may not notice the brown that's there. When I can see this, what about what I can't see? This is what we're living with. Would anybody drink this or live in this or cook in this or wash in this? No, it's not fair. And I also have to say, we have so many different things: mold, rodents, pests, elevators that don't work. But I did notice after the rent rip-off hearings that I saw a big flurry on my building, which is Wavecrest Management, because HPD was on the site. And what I want to see is code enforcement happen, because this is what it's gonna take to get the people that own these buildings to stand up. And when you have a portfolio, that when you're more interested in a portfolio than your tenants, stop doing that. Put people over profits, put tenants over profits. When I was working, I put my patients over profits. It stands the same, it's not fair. So I'm asking you to think carefully about what's going on out here. This is what we're living in day to day. And if the landlords are having such a problem, then why are they not asking for help? We have state and city programs that if they open their books to state that they're losing money, they can get help, but they're not willing to do that.
Thank you, Sarah.
They got 12%. You do not get 12% ROI on any of your investments. So why are they getting 12% and they're not putting back the money into the building?
Thank you.
Stop it.
Are Socorro or Linda here?
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Socorro Rodríguez.
My name
y
is
soy
Socorro
miembro de
Rodriguez,
CASA.
and I'm a member of CASA.
Y he tenido unas situaciones muy fuertes para mí.
And I've been going through very difficult situations.
En mi apartamento se descubrió una plaga de rata
it was
que me
a rat
pasó
plague has
uno
been
por la
discovered
pie
in
que
my
parecía un elefante.
apartment, and it crawled over my feet, and it looked
Y
as big as an
después
elephant.
yo me decidí compré goma para ponerle a las ratas
I
y
bought
se
traps for the
agarraban de
rats.
madrugada y lo oíamos cuando estaba pataleando y cosas. Y cogía yo y decía, ay Dios mío, ¿ahora qué hago? Porque yo nunca había matado una rata.
It was caught in like early mornings, and you
Y
can
el
hear it
nieto
moving
mío de
around.
11 años y la hija mía, la mamá de niño, todos despertaban a esa hora y eso era un caos. Y yo, ¿y ahora qué hago? Y busco y digo yo, pero hay que matarlo porque si no lo mato va a haber más y se va a quedar.
And the thing is, it just kept like struggling for survival, but it was just dying, and I'm like, how am I supposed to kill a rat? I've never killed a rat, and it was just chaos, and my daughter is crying, and they're just having panic attacks because I've never killed a rat, and what am I supposed to do?
Luego entonces yo dije, no, eso no pueden dejar ahí, aunque yo me muera matándolo, pero lo voy a matar. Y cogí un palo de una cortina que había y dije, no, yo tengo que acabar con él. Y de ahí para adelante, toda la madrugada yo estaba matando ratas.
And there was the only thing that I could do was to kill. She has to stop. So what am I supposed to do? Because it's there, and I said I'm gonna have to kill the rat because I have no other choice. I have to kill the rat.
Hasta que un día una rata se pegó en la goma, porque yo le ponía a diario goma. Ese día yo iba pasando por la cocina, así, para la puerta, y veo que esa rata se ha desprendido de esa goma, y yo hice así.
So then there was another day when the rat was caught in the trap, and then I happened to be walking in the kitchen, and all of a sudden the rat gets out of the trap and like jets away.
Entonces corro por el pasillo para entrar para la sala y cuando doblo ahí me envolví entre los pies y me di buen trayón, que tengo ese pie lisiado.
And so as I'm running down the hallway, and then out of nowhere the rat is there, and then it just crosses through my feet, and then I just like fall on the floor.
Después de ahí yo dije, no voy a poner más goma porque voy a tener el problema de tener que matarlo y que él me caiga atrás o qué cosa, y tuve que dejar ya así como que anden suelto ahí.
And so then I decided like there's nothing else I can do. Like if I put a trap or don't put a trap, it's just gonna be there. I'm gonna either fall, the thing is gonna come after me, it's gonna attack me, and like there's nothing else to do.
Pues ese día que yo me caí tuve que ir a la emergencia en Montefiore.
So that day that I fell, I had to go to the Montefiore emergency room.
Y ahora luego tuve que ir a emergencia de nuevo porque tenía los bronquios congestionados completamente que no podía respirar.
And recently I had to go to the emergency room again because the
La hija
bronchioles
mía
were
me
so
llevó a emergencia.
congested that I just wasn't able to breathe.
La hija mía me llevó a emergencia, que fue al hospital presbiteriano que me llevó.
My daughter took me to the emergency room in Presbyterian over here.
Me hicieron todos los estudios de sangre, de todo, y los pulmones salí con virus y bacterias.
So they ran all the tests, and then it's basically my lungs have a virus and bacteria.
Y me recetaron un tratamiento que yo me lo tomé y como quiera he quedado media congestionada, no me sano fue completo.
They prescribed the treatment, which I did, but I'm still congested and I'm still dealing with those problems.
Pero Orlando no tiene ahí en ese edificio donde yo vivo, no hay súper. Yo me cansé de dar tantas llamadas cuando yo descubrí toda esa rata y nadie vino a hacer nada.
But the landlord in the building that I live in, he doesn't have a super, and I made countless phone calls and to find out, like, especially when I had this rat situation, and nothing has occurred.
Eso es terrible, no tener una emergencia tan fuerte como la que yo sentía, que yo no podía con ella y no podía encontrar a nadie que decía en mi casa no hay hombre, no hay nadie, yo no podía decir quién me va a hacer algo por eso.
And it's really hard to go through a
Fue
situation
muy
like that
fuerte
where
para mí
I
esas situaciones.
didn't, like, what was I supposed to do? And it's hard, and you can't find the help, someone to help you or someone to, like, that you can run to for support when you're going through something as difficult as that.
Gracias, Socorro.
Gracias, señora Socorro.
Que frisen la renta y eso Orlando, que se ocupen de tener gente eficiente que hagan algo porque no hacen nada.
Freeze the rent and that the landlords hire people that are competent in their jobs because they don't do anything.
Is Linda Seward here? Okay, and I'm gonna call up a few names. Please come close to one of the two microphones when I call your name. Sarah Pasabangi, Shireen Morris, Meritu Diallo, and Fatu Fofana. If any of you are here, please line up close to one of the two microphones.
Good evening. My name is Linda Seward, and I reside in a rent-stabilized building on the Grand Concourse, and I've been there for 42 years. In the past 5 years, over 1 million tenants have left New York State, and from that, over 500,000 have left the 5 boroughs. And the reason is because of high rents and the quality of life issues. In the last 4 years, rents have gone up between 12 to 15% for a 1-year lease and 18 to 21% for 2-year leases, the most since the Bloomberg administration. We deserve a rent freeze. I am here because tenants deserve and desperately need a rent freeze. Why? Because landlords have become very negligent of their properties. And as you know, you've seen articles on TV and pictures. My building was one of the articles with the big rat in the woman's apartment, 1777 Grand Concourse. So you know that there's no way that you can deny how we are living. Rent-stabilized landlords, their NOI profit is 6% citywide, in addition to another 12% from the previous year. So why are we having to live with no hot water, no heat, with mice, rats, black mold in my apartment, where it attached itself to my carpet and my furniture? We're living in dirty hallways, holes in walls, leaks from floor to floor to floor. We deserve a rent freeze. My building, which was at one time one of the best buildings on the Grand Concourse, and it has deteriorated tremendously within the last 11 years with this new owner. We can't even get a call to management. You call, no answer. You leave a message, no response. We demand, because we deserve a rent freeze. If you check the HPD online portals, you will see thousands of complaints that have been ignored. Alone, 2 years, my building, over 1,000. Right now, violations, 700 plus.
Thank you, Linda.
We deserve a rent freeze. Landlords could care less what HPD has to say. And we know that we can get a rent freeze because it has been done in the past under a previous administration of Bill de Blasio.
Thank you. Sarah Pasabangi. Shireen Morris.
Hello, my name is Shireen. I'm from Casa. I live in a stabilized building at 1777 Grand Concourse in the Bronx, where I lived for 28 years. I'm a single mother of 4 children.
Shireen, could you come a little closer to the mic?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm a single mother of 4 children. This is an emergency. We need a rent freeze. My living conditions consist of rats, roaches, flies. My fridge don't work. My intercom don't work. No heat, no hot water. And the repairs are not properly done or unlicensed workers. I feel abandoned by my landlord. They don't respond, or I feel like a ping pong ball between landlord's maintenance apartment and the super. I'm stressed mentally and emotionally. Rent is too high for people to be paying. They're not getting paid enough to pay the landlords. We demand a rent freeze. I say this because we are raising the future. We can't raise our children in these living conditions. We can't even call home a home when nothing is being done. This is an emergency. I demand a rent freeze.
Thank you. Meritu Diallo.
Good evening, member of board. My name is Mariatu Diallo. I live on 1060 Sheridan Avenue, apartment 4B. I'm here standing tonight because I'm begging you to roll back the rent. Why? Because I take example for myself. My wrongdoing, what I did wrong, because I encourage my neighbor to do the right thing in case they have issue, repair issue or anything related to the apartment is not in the good condition. Everybody deserves to have a good living condition. But anytime my neighbor, they come to me, Maria, too, we have this issue, we have this issue. I say, okay, let's call the landlord or call 311. That was my wrongdoing, and I'm the one paying price for that because the entire building, when I get my rent history, the entire building, the one has a higher rent than any tenant of my building. So that's not fair, and I don't understand why. Why? Because I encourage people to do the right thing when we have an issue. We've been seeking for repair for a year now. Until now, the same issue is still there. We have a proof, we have a picture, we have everything. My neighbor, she's here, she cannot speak English or French, she cannot speak out, but she's here to testify. She has so many issues on her apartment, she wants me to speak for her. I said, no, she has to come to testify. Whatever language she wanna speak, they may translate for her to say. So that's why I'm standing here tonight. I'm not gonna go far away because I'm not a public speaker, but I'm going to try my best to make a short. So I'm here standing tonight because it's now right for me as a tenant because I'm encouraging other tenants to do the right thing when they have an issue, to call 311 or call the land. When you call them, they don't answer. When you call super, no answer. So we don't know what to do. And then the previous landlord and new landlord, they change the landlord. We don't know who to pay the bill.
Thank you, Mariatu.
Okay, thank you.
No more retaliation.
Is Fatu Fofana here? Okay. Yes, we do accept written testimony also. Okay. Brian Soriano Mateo. I'm going to call a couple more names. Please come up to the microphones. Latrell Body, Stephanie Acosta, and Patricia Charles. So we'll start with Brian. Okay. Well, Latrell.
You want me to go first?
Yes.
Okay, yes, thank you. Good evening, my friends, fellow Bronxites, fellow New Yorkers, and respected members of the Rent Board. My name is Latrell Bodie, political science major and graduate of City College, and a current resident in Concourse Village. We've been living there since 2008, and me, my mom, and unfortunately my father, who passed away in 2001. It used to be a special place, but we made lots of friends and a community, and we were all contributing in our own way. But after a while, as time has went on, it's gone downhill. And despite this, the rent keeps increasing in many different ways. It feels like more of an ice age than today, And as of right now in Concourse Village, it's supposed to be going up $33.58 per room for 2 years, and it should be going up in 2 years again. This is going to be a problem for as many people living there, like our senior citizens. It's bulk, and it's getting harder for people in general who are living it. Everyday citizens, and it's honestly hypocritical considering this parasitic system we have going on with these landlords. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll have Brian Soriano Mateo. Brian, if you're here. Stephanie Acosta. Patricia Charles.
Good evening, everyone. This has been a roller coaster ride for me. My name is Patricia A. Charles. I'm a NYC resident, and I'm 74 years young. I'm a retired educator for special needs, working with children, elders, and veterans with disabilities. My daughter was 4, and my son, an intellectual learner, was 2 years old when I moved into my apartment. She is now 45, and he is now 40. I worked my way off of public assistance to a graduate, which was one of the oldest in the classroom at the time, to a retiree. I spent many years rallying with CASA, Community Voices Heard, MET, Vocal, North Bronx Coalition, and so many more. My start is with housing corruption. Removing the ceiling rent in 2019 was when I reached 55. NYCHA stripped out the ceiling rent and never replaced it to assist seniors struggling to borrow from Paul to pay Peter. No scree or anything to assist seniors on a fixed income. Now I go into greed. While still paying my rent, NYCHA tags on more to the rears instead of stopping the amount where it was. I was promised to get my situation resolved, still waiting for years. I was even approved in 2020, but the money never reached my account. Where did that money go? All of those who were found guilty for corruption being displayed, nothing has been done to reverse their wrongdoings. And as seniors who have paid for thousands of equity into their apartments for many years, keeping our neighborhood safe from generations to generations, seniors are still struggling in court with no legal representation, and we attend these rallies and conversations just to be disappointed year after year. People are killing themselves because they walk in fear and they don't want to live like this. So we here right now respectfully stand in unity for a rent rollback as well as a rent freeze.
Thank you. The next names I'll call to come towards the microphone: Lady Trejo, Catherine Perdomo, Anna Rodriguez, and Rosanna Colon. Okay. Next set of names: Skylar Mendez, Jose Sandoval, and Carmen Rangel.
God bless each and one of them, of you. My name is Anna Rodriguez. I would like to say that I know that each and one of you have a heart. Yes, you do. And I pray to God that God touch each and one of your heart in the name of Jesus. We have need. We are the people. And I know you could be right there now, but you never know when you're going to be here, okay? You never know. And I know you have compassion, and I know you're tired, you want to go home, just like we are also. And we're not here to point finger or we're here to please have compassion with us. Have it in your heart to say, yes, freeze the rent. That's all we need, okay? May the Lord bless you and think about it. Yes, freeze the rent. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Catherine Perdomo. I'm a Bronx Community College graduate, also Lehman College graduate. I'm a DSA member. I'm a bilingual teacher in a middle school here in the South Bronx. I'm a rent-stabilized tenant at 1090 Franklin Avenue in Morrisania, where I live since 2010. I share my home with my grandmother, my 85-year-old grandmother. My landlord is James Simonsi of Wynn Residential. I'm here to urge the members of the RGB to freeze the rents on both 1 and 2 year leases. I'm a reliable tenant who consistently pays rent on time and maintains my unit, ensuring predictable cash flow for management. Despite this, my experience demonstrates that rent increases are not being utilized to repair our homes. Currently, my building has 300 code violations, 100 of which remain open. In my own unit, I've been reporting a severe rodent infestation. The situation in my bedroom is particularly distressing. There is a hole in the wall where the heater tube is located, which serves as an entry point for mice. Also, behind the stove in the kitchen. I even can hear them throughout the night, like having fun like they are in a playground. This activity is constant and disruptive. It's been over a month since my initial report on April 21st, and despite multiple follow-up emails and 311 reports, I'm still waiting for the maintenance team to address the rodent infestation. Furthermore, these persistent issues, including heat and hot water irregularities, failing paint and plaster, water leaks, dirty water coming out of the bathroom, etc., a broken elevator, have been ongoing for more than 10 years. My apartment has only been painted twice during my entire tenancy. These long-standing conditions are unacceptable and violate basic habitability standards. These are maintenance failures that they need to address, but they fail to do so because they prioritize profits over tenants' well-being.
Thank you, Catherine.
And all that time, my landlord raised the rent. Landlord profits have gone up 30% in the last 3 years. Answering this testimony to highlight the disconnect between rent increases and the maintenance of safe, healthy, and living conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Lady Trejo, Rosanna Colon, Skylar Mendez?
I don't like to stand up, but we all here today have only one person to blame for not having a rent freeze. And do we know his name? No one? How about the appointed elected mayor? He put them on there. He said that he was going to give a rent freeze. Why are we catering and showboating and telling them life stories? We appointed Mayor Mandani. He said, I will give you a rent freeze. Not them. So don't go to them. Go to Mayor Mandani. Go to City Hall. Free buses. That was another promise he said. He also said, ask the rich. That ain't gonna happen because that's Hogan's job. So why are we busy standing here? Talking to these elected officials
Thank you for your testimony. I'll call up Jose Sandoval, Carmen Rangel, Marina Metalios, and Diosa Perez Cruz. If you are any of those folks, please come towards the microphone.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for still being here. I'm Marina Metalios.
Thank you.
I'm a rent-stabilized tenant, and I live in Stuyvesant Town, East 14th Street, First Avenue, New York City. I'm going to share with you something you might not have heard this evening from tenants. My rent is affordable to me. Why? Because I don't have kids, I don't have debt from college, I don't have debt from graduate school, I don't own a car, I don't have credit card debt, I've always been employed, and I've always had health insurance. Now, this profile is unique, I think, and impossible or nearly to reproduce. It shouldn't be the reason why someone can stand before you and say, my rent's affordable. I look to you so that other people can report just as I have now. My landlord is Blackstone, the largest private equity entity in the world. In the world. They can very easily live with a rent freeze. In my opinion, they can live with the rent rollback. We are 11,227 apartments in Stuytown. That's a robust rent roll. Blackstone doesn't need any kind of increase from you or help from you. You've probably heard testimony about the Moody's findings that here in New York City, most of the landlords will be able to tolerate a rent freeze, no problem. I believe that's true because we are helping make our landlords fat and juicy by the rents we pay. We make our landlords fat and juicy by the increases that you pass year after year after year enough. Please, for this year, a rent freeze, and for fat, juicy landlords like mine with a billionaire CEO, rent rollback. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call up Sandra Mitchell, Andina Reyes, Brittany Lanzano, and Lena S.
Shalom. My name is Chaplain Sandra Mitchell, and I am an ordained minister of the gospel of Jesus the Christ. I've been here before, and I've tried to prick your conscience and your heart about you reap what you sow. And some of those at the previous Rent Guidelines Board, they have been complaining about property taxes, and they are crying. So I profess to write. You reap what you sow. Our city is the epicenter of the world. What we do here in New York City, other cities follow through. Please don't destroy our communities, our city, and other cities by making the wrong choice. We know that these elected officials only care about their career, but we have put them in office, trusting them, what they said they promised. But you know what? I stand on the promises of God himself. I'm a 6-time stroke survivor because of the wrong diagnosis and wrong medication, and I have had 2 strokes in my apartment because of no heat. No heat, no water. And we have pipes bursting through the walls like the Titanic. And now we don't know who we're paying rent to because we have so many violations that they have changed their name. So they split the violations. These shenanigans of these property owners, they are not landlord. The only Lord I know is the Lord that keeps me alive. I'm getting ready to go back to college, to Lehman College. Lehman College. I am proud of Lehman, and I'm proud to be able to stand here to say that I am a student. But right now, I am displaced from my apartment at 253 East 181st Street by 181st Street Ventures Incorporated. We don't even have a name. I am displaced because of the rats. The rats come and talk to me and have a conference with me every day. And there's one particular rat that he has gray in his hair, and he sits there and he looks at me like, where's the breakfast? They're not afraid of me. They can feel my fear. And one got on my neck and sat there for a little while. He didn't bite me. But what I'm saying is that, you know, I have a flowery way of talking, but this is not right. What happens to me will happen to you if you don't make the right choice. Mom Donnie is not my savior. Jesus the Christ is my savior. He spread his blood. And we are spreading our blood. We are dying in these apartments. We have 3 deaths. No water, no heat. I had hypothermia, and my medical team was telling me, get out of there now. But now I'm out of there because of the rats. My cat said, no deal, I'm out.
Thank you, Sandra.
So please, we're demanding a rent freeze. We're demanding for you to do the right thing, or it will happen to you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brittany Lanzano. I'm a lead advocate for CUNY Cares. I'm a graduate of Hostos. I'm also, right now, currently a Lehman student. Okay, I graduate next year, all right? I aspire to help the community as the best leader I can be, but I fear I can't focus on this plan because rent is going up and conditions aren't getting better. Okay, I got 2 children right here, 7 and 4. I'm a single mother. Okay, it's very scary looking at that lease every year. Okay, people like me that's in school trying to be like you, doing great things for the community, trying to be someone better. I'm fearing my life, how I'm gonna eat, how I'm gonna live, if I'm gonna have that roof over their head. Because just like rent went up, did our salaries go up? No, right? I just was talking to a lady outside. She said, when the last time the Knicks was in the finals, rent went up 200%. 200%, that's crazy. I want you to know that there's 250,000 students in CUNY, okay? 250,000 students in CUNY, and all of 25 out of 26 schools is commuter schools. That means that we live in the city. We live here, and how can we go to school full-time? I want to graduate. How can we go to school full-time and focus without knowing if I got a roof over their head? I don't know that roof over my head. Do I got to choose to get a meal, go to class, or to feed my family and get a roof and make sure that my rent is being taken care of? The subsidies, my landlord, he doesn't fix everything on time, but they're allowed. So I had one question for you. Are there eligibility in place for housing conditions before being able to raise rent, right? Like, is rent automatically raised, but salaries aren't, right? So are we looking at these landlords asking them, hey, is this, and this in order? Now you're eligible to raise the rent. That's my suggestion. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I'm gonna call up Andina Reyes, Lena S., Alyssa Wright, and Anderson Contreras.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Wright, and I am the campus supervisor for CUNY Cares at BCC. Every single day, I service students who are constantly going through ongoing housing crises. For instance, I had about 5 students this week alone who graduated. They actually walked out with their diploma, but they can't even enjoy it because they're worried about losing their apartments, and they have court dates afterwards. So I urge you guys to freeze the rent. Freeze it because we want our students to succeed and do better in life. I'm currently a CUNY student. I go to Lehman College. I'm studying political science to be a lawyer, and, you know, it would be a lot easier to get to school, through school if I didn't have to worry about how I was going to pay my rent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Innocent Coutures. I'm here representing the Bronx at Hunts Point, born and raised my whole life. Also, I'm not wholly here to represent just the Bronx. I'm here to speak about all of New York. I'm getting tired of the fact that when y'all talking about freezing the rent, nothing is done. When I'm getting tired of hearing healthcare is not being helped, I have asthma. I have done 3 surgeries serving this country. I had lung surgeries back to back while being awake. I had nothing to have been done for me. No one has done nothing for me. You guys didn't even freeze the rent during the time. And I have 11 godchildren I take care of all over New York, Queens, Bronx, Manhattan, Brooklyn, Staten Island. You name it, I have them all. And I still take care of them. I have 1/3 of a lung still here, breathing. I don't know how I'm still here. I was supposed to be dead. That's what the doctors told me. I had a 70% chance of being dead on the operation table. Yeah, I'm still here. Fucking all the odds. But I'm here not just representing to talk about me. I'm here talking about, I'm a living testimony, talking about all the what the tenants have done. I had 2 landlords that were taken out by the people. They haven't fixed nothing. I had to have my dad help me fix the pipe in the ceiling that had been burst. And that's sewage water into our own living room. My godmother's house. Thank God we had it fixed before then. The people broke in. We had nobody to fix the locks in the house. You know what he did? The landlord previously last year he did? Used the same locks so the same people could rob her again. They didn't do nothing. We changed the locks ourselves. We had to have the own people who lived in the damn apartment building fix them ourselves. So I got a little quote, I got a little bar for y'all about the Bronx. The Bronx doesn't need flames to burn. Neglect, poverty, and broken promise could get the job done just as well.
Thank you. I'll now call Perez Rosalba, Abdullah Gudiabi, Yusuf Sacco, Paco Ruiz, and Nelson Diaz. I'm going to call those names once more. Perez Rosalba, Abdullah Gudiabi, Yusuf Sacco, Paco Ruiz, and Nelson Diaz.
We need the translator.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Nelson Díaz.
My name is Nelson Diaz.
Saludo a la gente, a la persona de la Junta, a los miembros de la Junta.
Greetings to the members of the board.
Estoy aquí
I'm
en
here
nombre de CASA,
in the name of CASA,
un grupo que estamos aquí apoyando o en representación de un grupo de personas que están afuera sufriendo cada año los aumentos de esta renta.
and we're here with a group of people that come before you every single year trying to support each other and deal with the rent increases that we deal with every year.
Como ya ustedes han podido notar en cada una de las historias,
As you've been able to tell by many of the stories tonight,
son diferentes. Yo me incluyo en algunas de ellas.
they are very diverse. I, of course, include myself among those.
Porque cada año venimos aquí frente a ustedes con la esperanza de llevarnos un sí a favor de nosotros, es decir, el premio de no aumento de la renta a favor de nosotros.
And every year we come before you in the hopes that we will get that yes from you that serves as a type of prize, letting us know that we won't get a rent increase this year.
Y cada año salimos por ahí con el no a favor de nosotros.
And every year we leave with a no in our pockets.
Queremos hoy pedirle a ustedes, por favor,
Today we
den
would
un
like to
sí.
ask you to please give us a yes.
Que nos den el sí del no a la renta,
That
de
you
no
give
al
us-
aumento de la renta.
That you give us a yes and a no to the increase.
Que nos den un desahogo a estos aumentos.
That you throw us a lifeline to
Que
deal with
podamos
these
dormir
increases,
con la cabeza reclinada bien dentro en nuestra almohada.
that we can set our heads down on our pillow in peace tonight.
Tengo 27 años pagando renta aquí en este país.
I've been paying rent in this country for the
He
past
vivido
27
cada
years.
uno de esos aumentos.
I've dealt with every single one of those increases.
Ya una persona retirada, acá prácticamente 63 años,
I'm 63 and practically retired.
no puedo ya mucho con la renta, vivir la comodidad que viví cuando podía trabajar.
I can't really deal with these rent increases and face these increases as I was able to when I was much younger.
Por eso le pedimos a ustedes en esta noche
And this is why we asked you this evening
que por favor no congelen la renta,
to please afford us a rent freeze.
ya que vemos que esta renta no es en verdad, como dijo el señor allá, estabilizada. Estabilizada es algo que está estable.
Much like we heard before, the term stabilize is thrown about a lot, but really our rent is not stabilized, as one of the gentlemen mentioned in the audience earlier.
Y si vamos a seguir aumentando renta,
And if we're going to continue increasing the
vamos a
rent,
llamarle deshabilitada.
we're going to call it disability.
Sí.
Yes.
¿Por qué?
Why?
Porque cada año sube.
Because every year it increases,
Se mantiene estable subiendo.
and it's consistently going up.
Pero
It's
no
stable
va,
in that.
no hay un año que baje.
But there's never a year where it actually decreases.
Porque si subiera y bajara,
Because if it were to go up and down,
le pudiéramos llamar estabilizada.
we could then call it stabilized.
Se establece bajando y se establece subiendo.
It's become stable as it goes down and as it goes up.
Solamente es estable subiendo.
But it's only consistently stable as it goes up.
En esta noche le pedimos
Tonight we beg
que
of
nos
you,
frisen la renta, por favor.
please freeze the rent.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. I'm going to do a final call of these names that I called earlier. Please come to the microphone if you're here.
Este es un último llamado a las personas que voy a mencionar ahora para que pasen adelante al micrófono, por favor.
Ondina Reyes, Lena S., Jose Sandoval, Carmen Rangel, Diosa Perez Cruz, Lady Trejo, Rosanna Colon, Stephanie Acosta, Brian Soriano Mateo, Sarah Pasabangi, Rylan Zahir, Valentin Lopez, Wadia Perkins, Ray T., Leslie Inofe, Nichelle Hemphill, Barbara Lopez, Perez Rosalba, Abdullah Godiabi, Yusuf Sacco, and Paco Ruiz. Well, thank you so much for everyone who came to testify. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Oh. Yes, please, if I called your name, please come up. Please come up. Yes.
My name is Paco Ruiz.
Welcome.
Sorry.
No, take your time.
Take my 1 minute and 50 seconds. I am with a group called La Jupi Juventud Unida por la Independencia. And it means Youth United for Independence. Independence of what? Independence of Puerto Rico. That also means taking care of house here because the Bronx has the most Puerto Ricans out of any borough in New York City. So what's happening to Puerto Ricans here? I want to backtrack a little bit, actually. Thank you for your time. Rent Guidelines Board, AKA La Junta of New York City, just like we have La Junta in Puerto Rico. Because what people who live, those of us who live and rent in New York, what we experience is a direct mirror to what we experience on the archipelago of Puerto Rico. Puerto Ricans have been leaving our archipelago to come here because we have been displaced from coast to coast, from La Playa to El Yunque, from the Lower East Side to the deepest parts of the Bronx, to Staten Island and Brooklyn and Queens. Nobody here, except for that one lady, was like, oh yeah, I'm doing good, please increase the rent. So what on earth could possibly sway your perspective on, oh yeah, maybe it's a really good idea to increase the rent? I'm mindful of my time. I'm gonna try to get to a couple of really key points as quick as possible. Thank you. I'm gonna speak directly for a moment to the general public representatives of the board. Tenant representatives, you guys, hopefully you represent the actual interests of the thousands of people that come to every single one of these meetings. Owners, I don't know. I have never imagined that I could ever own property as someone who grew up in the projects, in the barrio. What does that even mean? So hopefully you have heard what the people have said and said and said and said. General members, I believe that would be Sina Sinai, Lauren Melodia, Brandon Mancia, Arpit Gupta. Sina Sinai, you apparently belong to a group called the Jane Family Institute. Consider the families that your organization may or may not, be representing, what their interests are. You're not necessarily a representative of landlords, you're not a representative of tenants, but you have some kind of background there with families. There are so many families here today. Lauren Melodia, you own a home in Bed-Stuy somewhere. You're apparently an economist. I want to quote you.
And Paco, we're technically past time.
I know, I'm sorry. I will wrap. This will be my last bit, truly. Lauren, you said, expanding and implementing rent across the country is the best way to keep landlords and expanding and implementing rent control across the country is the best way to keep landlords and rents in check. You said that in 2021. And then in 2022, you said, given its importance, it cannot be left to the whims of the private market.
Thank you, Paco.
Thank you for your time. But just remember what you have been said. Remember the precedent. Freeze the rent now.
Thank you, Paco. And thank you to everyone who came to testify. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion. Second? Thank you. We'll see you in Brooklyn on Thursday.